In the midst of a fierce battlefield, the Russian front lines are crumbling like sandcastles under the relentless tide. One by one, soldiers who once stood ready with weapons in hand are vanishing, especially in key areas like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk. The pressure mounted by Putin to seize control of these strategically significant settlements is dissipating as swiftly as his troops. The stark reality of the situation reveals a troubling decline in the number of military vehicles and a staggering loss of personnel, signaling the changing tide of war. Field reports indicate a dramatic shift in tactics. The Russian army, once notorious for its synchronized mechanized assaults, is now desperately adopting scattered and lighter formations, seeking to shield their diminished fleet of armored vehicles. The robust mechanized strength of the 8th Army around Toretsk, the 2nd Army along the Pokrovsk line, and the 3rd Army heading towards Seversk is now a mere shadow of its former self. Three potent forces contribute to this deterioration. First, Ukraine's sophisticated combination of first-person view drones and electronic warfare disrupts Russian operations. Long-range strikes on vital energy and logistical targets are severing crucial supply lines, while precision strikes on command centers cripple Russian coordination. A Ukrainian soldier stationed in Pokrovsk recounts the harrowing statistic: the Russians are deploying as many as 150 FPVs daily. Meanwhile, it's reported that Ukrainian electronic warfare efforts have neutralized around 70 to 85% of Russian drones. Essentially, the protective net that the Russian army relies upon is being torn to shreds. Armored units, once feared as the backbone of the assault, are now easily spotted and annihilated. In a desperate maneuver, the Russians resort to small motorcycle-mounted teams for infiltration, a poignant indicator of their tactical retreat. Reports consistently mirror this strategic shift. The armored assaults that were once a staple of their combat strategy have all but vanished. The picture is clear: motorcycle buggies and short, rapid raids are now the extent of Russian capabilities. The events of July 27 illuminate this drastic decline, showcasing a massive convoy of 71 vehicles, significantly outnumbered by light vehicles and motorcycles. While transformed, the conflict reveals a staggering truth: these shifts are not anomalies, but clear trends that hint at the fragile condition of Russian forces. In Toretsk, the 103rd Regiment of the 150th Motorized Division has maintained relentless pressure on a narrow front, yet despite their artillery and engineering prowess, they fail to achieve a crucial breakthrough. The precision strikes against the 8th Army's headquarters only deepen their predicament. As reports on these airstrikes emerged, it's evident that the traditional strategies are failing, leaving them vulnerable and scattered across a vast terrain. Open-source intelligence suggests that the 8th Army can muster around 20,000 personnel and approximately 200 tanks. However, these numbers reflect their potential across all operational areas. The actual combat presence in Toretsk is drastically lower. With the intensity of the fighting and the shift towards infiltrative tactics, an attrition rate of 35 to 50% now emerges as a sobering reality for their mechanized forces. This shift symbolizes not just lost soldiers but also dwindling armor, as the harsh numbers suggest that between 35 to 70 tanks can be rendered ineffective, either destroyed or crippled. The furious ambitions for a breakthrough near Pokrovsk bore no fruit. Instead, what followed was a swift, brutal counteroffensive. Ukrainian Azov fighters unceremoniously dismantled Russian plans through ambushes and flanking maneuvers. Captured soldiers, those fleeing, and others too terrified to retreat illustrate the chaos prevailing among Russian ranks. Hope within the Kremlin of a decisive gain evaporated within days as Ukrainian forces adapted quickly, seizing the momentum. The supply lines for the Donetsk front, once seen as impenetrable, are now under constant scrutiny. In an environment where every hour counts, quick reactions led to significant outcomes. Between August 12 and 15, the rhythm of battle shifted once more. While deploying small infiltrative hunter teams, Russian forces aimed to stretch Ukrainian defenses and create openings, but the Ukrainians were ready. Reinforcements moved swiftly to counter these tactics, and the front line turned hotter, as President Volodymyr Zelensky affirmed an advance of 9 to 10 kilometers. The battlefield became a harsh reminder of reality. Though there were no breakthroughs, the intensity of engagement reached unprecedented levels. The 12th Special Purpose Brigade of Azov claims to have neutralized 151 Russian soldiers over just 2 days, capturing more than 8. These battles are not merely isolated incidents but part of a sustained pressure campaign. Why does the Pokrovsk line matter so much? It's more than just a city, it's an essential hub for supply routes. If the region falters, chaos ensues. The Russian command, in a frantic attempt to claim this hub, miscalculated its importance, igniting an intense Ukrainian response that involves dual pressure, assaulting the front while targeting rear supply lines. The methods of warfare in this theater have evolved. Ukrainian forces stand out not just for their urban experience, but for their operational discipline and strategic use of reconnaissance UAVs. With electronic warfare tactics and powerful artillery support, that plan is vividly illustrated on the battlefield where Moscow's ambitions clash dramatically with the evolving combat reality. The recent Russian retreats underline a critical truth: their advances, once marked by confident strides, are now painted with a sense of urgency and retreat. The walls are closing in, and the consequences of miscalculation loom ever larger. The battlefield landscape is stark. Where once there were robust armored formations, now only shadows of Russian military power linger. The attempt to seize key territories such as Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk by Russian forces is faltering, as the once proud soldiers melt away, leaving behind a trail of confusion and disorder. In the scorching heat of that July day, a wave of chaos swept through a massive convoy, 71 vehicles in total, where only about 21% were armored. The rest were light vehicles and motorcycles, a clear sign of desperation. This grim tableau paints a vivid picture of a dwindling capability. As the 150th and 20th Divisions struggle to mount a mechanized assault, they have transitioned to fragmented strategies, relying on small, mobile teams mounting motorcycles to infiltrate enemy lines. Why, you may wonder, has the Russian command resorted to this precarious tactic? The answer lies buried deep in the data. The Ukrainian forces have unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, targeting command posts and logistical hubs. On June 30th, a precise strike took out a headquarters. A second blow followed on July 3rd, visibly trembling the morale of the 8th Army. Prolific reports confirm it: the Russian combat strength now teeters on a knife's edge. With only approximately 20,000 personnel and 200 tanks, numbers that stretch across various fronts, the reality of a weak 8th Army emerges. As tactical maneuvers falter, casualties surge, and a sense of fragility pervades. Each confrontation is marked by a guiding tension. Soldiers scurry, forming hasty ambushes, their hearts pounding, muscles tense. Resources dwindle, a sluggish supply chain snaps beneath the demands of sustained warfare. Can the Russian command shift its tactics effectively, or will they remain mired in outdated strategies that lead only to their downfall? The frontline battles reveal a realm of intense emotion and grit. Ukrainian forces, utilizing drones for reconnaissance, have fortified their positions and empowered themselves with technology, creating a tangible edge. The dust settles after fierce clashes, painting a grim yet enlightening picture of attrition and transformation. As the remnants of heavy armored units disappear, their replacement lies in the hands of quick, agile motorcycle teams. The echoes of mechanized assaults grow dim against the whirring sounds of FPV drones and the crackle of artillery fire. Those who calculated the battlefield's pulse perceived the rhythm of victory, while others miscalculated their advance and faced despair. What's next in this shifting saga? The stakes are higher than ever, as each maneuver on the chessboard of war could spell the difference between triumph and defeat. Where will this unyielding conflict lead, and who really holds the advantage in this deadly game? The story is far from over, and the next chapter awaits. Previously, we learned that the 8th Army, made up of the 150th and 20th Divisions, could field up to 20,000 troops and around 200 tanks. But this number is spread across multiple battlefronts, not concentrated in just one area. The real picture on the ground near Toretsk tells a different story. What if I told you that the armored force there has shrunk dramatically? After 6 months of relentless fighting, the traditional massive tank assaults have given way to smaller, scattered raids, often on motorcycles, and the command centers have been repeatedly targeted and disrupted. This has shattered the army's ability to maintain steady, full-scale armored advances. Let's break down the numbers. If those two divisions theoretically have 200 tanks, only about 100 to 140 are available near Toretsk, as others are either deployed elsewhere or undergoing repairs. Now, factor in a staggering 35 to 50% loss rate, tanks destroyed, disabled, or sidelined for repairs. That means 35 to 70 tanks cycle out of action at any given time. Can you imagine the chaos this causes on the battlefield? Then came the Russians' attempt to break through north of Pokrovsk. They hoped for a swift push forward, but what they got was a brutal halt. The momentum they briefly gained was shattered in a flash. Ukrainian fighters from the Azov unit didn't just defend, they launched ambushes, tore through enemy lines, and hunted down the infiltrators who tried to sneak behind Ukrainian defenses. Some were captured, others fled in panic, and many simply vanished into the chaos. In just 2 days, the Kremlin's grand plans for a dramatic victory in this critical sector were completely undone. The battlefield was flooded with shifting numbers, alarming images, and a morale surge that swung decisively in Ukraine's favor. What seemed like a strong offensive crumbled. How could such a well-equipped force falter so quickly? The answer lies buried in the tangled layers of attrition, surprise tactics, and relentless resistance. But this is only the beginning. What happens when the pressure mounts even harder? Will the Russian forces find a way to regroup, or are they caught in a trap of their own making? The next moves could reshape the entire front. Stay close, because the story is far from over. In the tense days from August 12 to 15, a significant shift began to unfold on the battlefield of Pokrovsk. As Russian forces attempted to stretch their control, the Ukrainian defenders adapted and rallied. Rather than a straightforward assault, the enemy sought to invade with small, stealthy teams, using the forest cover to evade detection. Their goal was to create enough pressure to stretch Ukrainian defenses thin. However, this was not an easy task, as the defenders were quick to adapt. They reinforced their positions and called for additional support, recognizing the threat in real time. As dawn broke on August 13, the atmosphere was charged. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced a notable advance of 9 to 10 kilometers, underscoring a persistent push against Russian positions. Although no decisive breakthrough occurred, the strategic heat of the moment signaled an intensifying conflict. It was in this boiling atmosphere that the Azov Brigade, renowned for its operational prowess, entered the fray. Over just 2 days, reports emerged that Azov had neutralized 151 Russian soldiers, with over 70 more wounded or missing and 8 captured. These numbers, while fluctuating in war, painted a clear picture. Ukrainian forces were successfully pushing back the infiltrators. The once cohesive Russian lines were fraying, trapped in a conflict where quick decisions and swift actions determined success. The reality of war is stark. At any moment, fortunes can shift dramatically. Caught in the throes of battle, the soldiers from both sides found themselves in a game of cat and mouse. As fear gripped some infiltrators, others continued to flee, realizing they were outmaneuvered. The Kremlin, which had once pinned its hopes on a showcase of power in this sector, now found its plans unraveling by the hour. The turning tide, marked by swift military maneuvers and tactical ingenuity, altered expectations, sending shockwaves through the ranks. As Ukrainian forces pressed on, the conflict became a battleground not just of weapons but of wits, where the ability to adapt quickly proved paramount. Things were changing daily, and the stakes were rising. Could Ukraine maintain the momentum and exploit the cracks forming in the Russian front? Would the relentless pressure prove too much for the invading forces? In the ebb and flow of combat, every hour counted, each skirmish transformed the landscape of this war. With both sides locked in a fierce struggle, the question remained, who would prevail in this game of endurance and strategy? The battlefield was alive, echoing with the sounds of conflict, and every decision made would ripple through the very fabric of this war. Previously, we saw that over 2 intense days, more than 100 enemy soldiers were taken out or captured in the Azov sector. Many were wounded or vanished into the chaos, but the outcome was clear: infiltration attempts were pushed back. Yet, some who escaped only found themselves trapped in tight pockets behind the lines, surrounded and isolated. The Ukrainian forces stressed that this was no quick skirmish but a continuous, calculated pressure stretching over several days. Why is Pokrovsk such a critical point? And what exactly did Azov's forces do differently to turn the tide here? To understand, we need to look beyond the battlefield and into the very arteries of the conflict. Pokrovsk isn't just another dot on the map. It is a vital crossroads where supply routes from north to south and east to west collide. Imagine a beating heart supplying life to everything west of the front line. If this hub functions, the entire network of storage and distribution thrives. But if it chokes, the rear support collapses like a house of cards. This is why commanders on the opposing side pinned their hopes on Pokrovsk. Capturing a few small villages here might seem insignificant on a map, just a thin line. But tactically, this move could send shockwaves through their adversaries' logistics. It could become a powerful propaganda trophy. Sensing this, Ukrainian leadership reacted swiftly, funneling reserves into the sector. Their strategy became twofold: press hard on the front and tighten the noose behind enemy lines. So, how did Azov operate differently on the ground? Their strength was not in brute urban combat but in a disciplined, modular approach combining advanced technology and tactical precision. They deployed reconnaissance drones to survey enemy movements, supported by ground-based surveillance and electronic warfare units jamming hostile drone communications. Swarms of short-range FPV drones buzzed through the air, creating chaotic screens to confuse and disrupt. Once the enemy was disoriented, machine guns and mortars swept in for close-quarters clearing. Meanwhile, anti-tank teams equipped with Stugna P, Javelin, and Law hybrid weapons lay in wait. Positioned at deadly crossfire points, they targeted sabotage and support vehicles sneaking behind the lines. Covering these operations, artillery and multiple launch rocket systems delivered pinpoint fire, locking down the kill zones with ruthless efficiency. The stark reality is this: the Kremlin's grand plans on maps and in war rooms no longer reflect what's unfolding on the ground. The battlefield is fluid. The old strategies crumble under relentless pressure, and the enemy's advance slows, falters, and sometimes retreats, leaving behind a trail of abandoned positions. The war's rhythm has shifted. Who will keep pace? And how long before the next shockwave hits? In a striking turn of events, the battlefield has shifted dramatically. Russian forces are retreating, leaving behind positions once thought secure. The once formidable Russian army at the Sumy line is now faltering. This withdrawal, disguised as a regrouping by the Kremlin, signifies a profound tactical failure that hints at deeper vulnerabilities within their strategies. But what initiated this seismic shift? On June 14, 2025, the Ukrainian president announced the recapture of Andreyka, a small but strategically vital settlement. This news reverberated through battle-scarred regions, confirming that the dynamics had swung in Ukraine's favor. The ripple effect disrupted Russian supply lines and weakened their infiltration routes. Confirmation from military sources bolstered the credibility of the news. Amidst this backdrop, a prominent Russian military blogger remarked on the retreat of the 155th Marine Brigade from Andreyka, further substantiating the narrative of retreat unfolding on the ground. This marked a shift in the air. Abandoning positions is no longer an abstract concept. It's a vivid reality that underscores the deteriorating situation for Russian forces. The relentless pressure from Ukrainian forces, characterized by close-range FPV assaults and precise artillery fire, has shackled Russian armored units to their trench lines, making withdrawal a necessity, not merely a tactic. But could this change in momentum have broader implications on the war? The answer seems to intertwine with a pattern emerging from the chaos. As Russian forces struggle to maintain their ground, the essence of their combat strategy is being questioned. The approach of maneuvering armored vehicles into open terrain has faltered. Instead, they find themselves constricted, compelled to retreat further amidst the clamor of artillery and the whispers of encroaching Ukrainian troops. In the weeks that followed the announcement, a similar narrative surfaced from Oleksivka, revealing that remnants of the 1,443rd Motorized Regiment had been left behind. This was not merely a change of a village name but an affirmation of the pressure exerted on Russian troops. It became explicitly clear that positions were not being held, they were being surrendered, and each retreat highlighted the unraveling of Russian tactics in the face of relentless opposition. As the dust settles on previous engagements, the landscape ahead remains tumultuous and uncertain. What further twists can we anticipate on this battlefield? The answer lies hidden within the actions of the soldiers and the strategies of the commanders, as the fate of regions hangs in precarious balance amidst the echoes of war. The tides of war are shifting dramatically in the Eastern Front, where Russian forces face staggering losses. Week by week, the number of Russian soldiers capable of holding their ground has dwindled, particularly in strategic locations like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk. The once unyielding pressure from Moscow to secure these areas is waning as reality sets in, their military might is slipping away. On the ground, Russian forces have abandoned their standard, effective tactics for a desperate scramble. What once was a cohesive mechanized assault has devolved into disjointed operations, trying to shield their armored units with haphazard formations. As Ukrainian forces unleash an unyielding barrage of FPV drones and electronic warfare tactics, Russian command finds itself unable to maintain control. The situation becomes perilous for the 8th Army, the 2nd Army, and the 3rd Army, which have all suffered heavy attrition. The traditional might of armored divisions has faltered, replaced by a reliance on motley crews operating lightweight, motorcycle-based infiltration maneuvers. Reports indicate that up to 150 FPVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, are being utilized daily against them, overwhelming their already beleaguered reconnaissance defenses. Translating data from the battlefield reveals dire truths. 71 vehicles were part of a convoy, yet only a fraction, just 21 to 23%, were armored. This signals a systemic shift in the military structure, highlighting dwindling resources and a scramble for survival. The Ukrainian response has been swift and striking. An initial wave of artillery had severe consequences for Russian command and control, causing chaos within the ranks. It all came to a head when Russian assault stalled dramatically. Every day brings accounts of ambushes where fierce Ukrainian fighters, particularly from the Azov unit, turned the tides. They not only dismantled Russian front lines but hunted down infiltrators, leaving some captured and others in a panicked retreat. What makes Pokrovsk a crucial battleground? It's more than just geography. This city is a vital logistics hub where supply routes converge. Should it fall, the implications would ripple far beyond its borders, jeopardizing the entire Russian front. Yet, the essence of military strategy lies in adaptability. The Azov unit's success emerges from a new operational discipline, utilizing UAVs for reconnaissance, electronic warfare to disrupt enemy operations, and short-range engagements to control territory with lethal efficiency. As one shockwaves through the landscape of battle, the script of Moscow's plans begins to unravel, revealing a startling reality: they are being forced to retreat. Did this withdrawal indicate a mere setback or a complete re-evaluation of strategy? As the Russian forces regroup, desperate measures show cracks in their once steadfast resolve. Ground reports speak of backward steps from Sudzhavka to Oleksivka, raising tensions and fears across the command structure. The struggle at this pivotal moment echoes the realities of modern warfare, where logistics, morale, and rapid adaptability play as crucial a role as the weapons employed. In the coming weeks, the battle lines will continue to shift, and the stakes grow higher. Will the embattled Russian forces find a way to stabilize their front and reclaim lost ground, or will the relentless advance of Ukrainian forces write a different chapter in this unfolding conflict? The war's pulse quickens, and the world watches closely as each moment gains a weight of its own, because in this battle, every hour counts. The northern front has ground to a halt. Defense lines have settled. Official sources highlight the recapture of Andreevka, but behind this success lies a harsher truth: what Moscow called an advance has quietly turned into a retreat. The question hanging in the air, was this a strategic withdrawal ordered from above, or a fragmented decision by local commanders? Kremlin spokespeople remain silent on this, offering no word of retreat. Yet, the facts tell a different story. Despite declarations about creating a buffer zone, Russian forces are pulling back from key positions along the front. The lines at Andreyka, Kinderdivka, Oleksivka, and Bezolivka are being abandoned. Instead of stretching their defenses forward as planned, Russian troops seem to be falling back, consolidating behind more defensible lines. The map shows a clear contraction, not expansion. What was meant to be a bold push now looks like a cautious fallback. With encirclement efforts around key cities failing, the focus has shifted to withdrawing forces safely, maybe even across borders. A chilling detail emerges. Since September, thousands of Russian soldiers and their families have reached out via a surrender hotline. This is no small number. It reveals a deeper crisis, not of weapons or supplies, but of willpower. In war, the mind holds the first line of defense. When morale cracks, the front crumbles. So, the pressing question is, are these setbacks temporary shocks, or signs of a system unraveling from within? The evidence points to the latter. Reports from the ground paint a grim picture of disintegration. Take the 108th Airborne Assault Regiment near Zaporizhia. Once an elite unit, it's now plagued by desertion and mental collapse. Ukrainian partisans have infiltrated their ranks, spreading chaos and fear. This is not just about losing ground, it's about losing the fight within. How long can an army hold when its own spirit is breaking apart? The silence from Moscow speaks volumes. The front may look stable on paper, but beneath the surface, everything is shifting, and not in Russia's favor. Could this be the beginning of a collapse few dared to predict? What happens when the soldiers no longer believe in the cause? The answer may redefine the course of this conflict. In the shadow of a crushing battlefield, a grim struggle unfolds in the direction of Pavlovka. Reports from the Ukrainian resistance reveal a chilling reality for Russian troops. They are ordered to advance at all costs, thrust into an unfathomable chaos devoid of coordination, support, or strategy. As waves of relentless attacks crash down, despair engulfs their ranks. Soldiers, once filled with resolve, are caught in a cycle of hopelessness, leading to an alarming increase in desertions, mental breakdowns, and even tragedies that haunt the encampments. Imagine a soldier, drenched in sweat, heart pounding with fear, as he grapples with the bitter air filled with despair. The once great machine of war is rusting from within, every command seemingly built on a precarious tower of political ambition rather than military logic. As units march towards Pavlovka, they do so with nothing but empty promises of victory, swallowed by hunger for glory that is slowly becoming their tomb. In a desperate bid to hold ground, commanding officers shuffle unwanted personnel to the front lines. The opulent dreams of control dissolve into a fog of hopelessness. What was meant to be a show of strength now turns into a catastrophic display of loss, a tragic comedy where lives are sacrificed recklessly. Command disregards the principles of tactical discipline and coordination, charging headlong into conflict without the lifeline of artillery cover or calmly gathered intelligence. With every passing hour, the stakes climb higher, and the toll on morale becomes evident. The young, once eager to serve, now feel like mere pawns in a grim chess game. The fear of failure intertwines with the smell of gunpowder and the echoes of distant artillery, morphing the land into a graveyard of ambitions. Why is Pavlovka so crucial for the Russian command? This crossroads isn't merely a dot on the map, securing it means control over vital supply routes further upstream. Yet, the illusion of progress endangers countless lives caught in the storm of warfare. With the daylight fading, we watch as the next phase of the assault looms. Will the onslaught bring the glory desired, or further heartbreak? This is more than a battle, it's a haunting saga of life and loss. Through the haze of chaos, as the soldiers press on, the silence screams of their suffering. The clock is ticking, and with every moment, questions hang heavy in the air. What is the cost of ambition? How many more will fall before this storm recedes? And will anyone emerge from the ashes, unscathed or unbroken? In a world where every decision shatters moral lives, the road ahead beckons with the promise of change. But in a relentless dance of chaos, can a spark of hope ever ignite once more? In the thick fog of warfare, a harrowing story unfolds along the embattled front lines, where Russian troops are vanishing like shadows in the night. The fierce battles for strategic cities such as Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk are taking a toll on the Russian military spirit and manpower. As the pressure mounts from the Kremlin to secure these territories, the reality on the battlefield is becoming increasingly grim. The number of soldiers capable of effectively wielding a weapon is dwindling, and the mechanized might that once defined Russia's military presence has turned into a mere echo of its former glory. Imagine a Ukrainian soldier, gazing through the smoke, witnessing the demise of their adversaries, an army reduced to relying on motorcycles for mobility, while their heavy armor lies abandoned. In a shocking twist, reports reveal that Ukraine has perfected its utilization of drones, sharply diminishing Russian UAVs, leading to a stark decline in Russian capabilities. Their once cohesive assault strategies are melting away, exposing the vulnerabilities created by prolonged conflict. As we sift through the layers of this ongoing turmoil, we uncover a grim dynamic at play. Russian units are frequently dispatched to the front lines without adequate artillery support or coordination. What makes this even more concerning is the exploitation of those previously sidelined due to disciplinary actions, thrust back into the chaos of battle to pay the ultimate price. The slogan "Us first, them later" is giving way to a more ominous sentiment: everyone is next. This shift is not just a matter of strategy, it threatens to dismantle the very fabric of trust that binds soldiers together. The toll is severe. Reports emerge of young soldiers spiraling into despair, with suicide rates alarmingly rising as they grapple with the futility of their circumstances. Rumors of brutal treatment for deserters circulate like wildfire, spreading anxiety and dread. Among these horrifying tales lies the tragic saga of the 41st Combined Arms Army, a unit almost obliterated from existence, leaving behind only its name as a chilling reminder of what once was. As the battles continue, the question lingers: what is the true cost of this relentless march towards a fractured victory? Day by day, the dynamics shift. On August 12, Russian forces attempted to infiltrate Ukrainian defenses using stealth tactics, but the response was swift and violent. Ukrainian forces recognized the threat, reinforcing positions with drone support and artillery. President Zelensky reported gains, with Russian advancements quelled and the balance tilting in favor of Ukraine. A crisis of confidence plagues the Russian ranks. With each failure to make headway, morale wanes, leaving soldiers grappling with uncertainty. This mental and physical exhaustion manifests in actions that betray an army on the brink. What once might have seemed like a calculated strategy has now devolved into chaos, with every mistake costing precious lives. In the cold, foreboding landscape where the air is thick with the smell of smoke and despair, the intricate web of conflict unravels with startling rapidity. Each strike, each ambush serves as a reminder: this is a war where the front line knows no mercy, and the consequences of leadership decisions echo through the ranks, sealing the fates of the men caught in this merciless game. The Russian military is unraveling from within. Command posts lie empty, communication lines fall silent, and much of the once feared armored fleet has been shattered or abandoned. Reports reveal a devastating upheaval. 7 generals, both lieutenant and major, have vanished from the ranks of Siberia's 41st Combined Arms Army. 4 senior commanders were killed in combat. 1 suffered severe injuries from a mine blast. 2 more were flagged for insubordination, now missing without a trace. The grim truth bleeds through frontline footage. Recently surfaced video shows Russian soldiers imprisoned in a dark, concrete bunker, for refusing to return to battle. When an army's own troops turn their backs, the foundation of command crumbles. The losses are not just measured on the battlefield but in lives fleeing the nation. Defections grow rampant as soldiers seek shelter in countries like Norway, Finland, and the Baltics. Take one shocking event. On August 22, a former Russian fighter slipped past heavily guarded northern frontiers and crossed on foot into Norway, vaulting a fence into the border village of Grena Jakobselv in Finnmark. Norwegian security forces apprehended him swiftly. His defense lawyer revealed the simple yet explosive truth: the soldier refused to fight any longer and chose to escape the war's hell. This defection is not an isolated incident. It exposes a deeper rot inside the Russian military machine. Soldiers are not just deserting, they are abandoning their homeland, desperate to survive outside the Kremlin's tightening grip. How far will this unraveling go? Will Moscow be able to hold what it once claimed as unbreakable? The answers lie shattered on the battlefield, and in the footsteps of those fleeing into the shadows beyond the borders. Imagine a soldier who once stood firm in battle, now choosing to abandon everything, crossing icy borders, driven not by fear, but despair. This isn't a rare tale. It's the unfolding story of a growing wave of defections that are shaking the core of a mighty army. What if the most dangerous enemy isn't the opposing force, but the fading will of those sworn to fight? Let's rewind. Not long ago, at the frozen edge of a northern frontier, a soldier slipped across into Norway. Official voices confirm it. His defense attorney revealed the chilling truth: he no longer wanted to be part of this war. This was not a sudden choice, but part of a troubling trend. In recent years, multiple Russian soldiers have silently turned their backs, seeking refuge beyond borders. Each escape weakens the iron grip once held by their leaders. For instance, in 2023, Andrei Medvedev, once a commander within the infamous Wagner Group, crossed into Norway. What makes his case extraordinary? Medvedev didn't just flee, he carried with him vital secrets, intelligence that could unravel the shadowy operations of his former comrades. At 28, now protected in Norway, he's been cooperating fully, answering questions from authorities probing war crimes linked to the conflict from which he fled. But this isn't isolated to Norway. Just across the west, Finland faced a similar shock, groups of soldiers crossing over, pleading, "We don't want to die for a cause we no longer believe in." Their flight struck a nerve across the continent, piercing the Kremlin's narrative that all Russians are eager warriors. Baltic nations, too, have intercepted waves of conscientious objectors fleeing into safer zones, their asylum claims piling up, each story echoing the same refrain: refusal to fight, rebellion against orders, desperate escape. What these escapes reveal is profound. This isn't a handful of deserters. It's a sign of a deep fracture within an army once seen as unbreakable. Thousands, perhaps far more, are silently plotting their own exodus. Each defection chips away at morale and discipline, like dominoes falling in rapid succession. The real blow to the ruling regime isn't just the battlefield losses, it's this unraveling spirit behind the lines. When soldiers lose faith, the very foundation of any military power crumbles. How long before more follow? How far will this wave stretch? And what does it mean for the fate of a war already filled with shattered illusions? In the depths of the battlefield, an unsettling reality is unfolding. Russian soldiers are dwindling, not just in numbers but in resolve. In places like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk, the flame of determination is flickering out, as the pressures from above collide with the grim realities below. Putin's ambitions to seize these territories are crumbling each day, while the harsh truth of lost lives and abandoned vehicles reveals the fragile state of the Russian military. Once a force characterized by its mechanized might, the Russian army has been forced to abandon its traditional assault strategies. They now rely on lighter, more scattered units to cling to any semblance of control over their armored vehicles. The mighty mechanized fists that once dominated the front lines, those infamous divisions in Toretsk and along the Pokrovsk line, have become shadows of their former selves, plagued by disintegration and despair. The root of this decline is evident. Ukraine has unleashed a relentless torrent of drone warfare and electronic assaults, crippling Russian communications and command structures. Imagine the scene: Ukrainian soldiers reporting that the skies are filled with up to 150 drones daily, savaging the Russian UAVs and systematically dismantling their operational capabilities. The despair among Russian ranks grows as their efforts to advance are met with swift, punishing counterattacks. Data reveals an alarming trend: heavy armored assaults have fallen to near extinction, replaced by desperate attempts at infiltration by small, motored units. The stark reality was laid bare in an ambitious attempt on July 27, where a massive convoy of 71 vehicles, predominantly lightweight, was deployed. The armored units, merely a fraction of the convoy, painted a devastating picture of a military in retreat. As we delve deeper, the Russian army's maneuvers along the front highlight the chaos. The battles around Pokrovsk have morphed into a grim dance of survival, revealing how commanders grapple with disarray while soldiers face mortality on a daily basis. Just a glance at the battlefield, a place where hope seems to evaporate, shows how vital air and logistical support have become threads hanging by a fraying cord. And what about morale? It's dwindling, a casualty of prolonged combat, meager resources, and relentless losses. The encroaching cold of a Russian winter weighs heavily on a soldier's spirit. War no longer feels like bravery, it transforms into an act of desperation. Soldiers starve, their equipment fails, and neglect fills their ranks. In this daunting atmosphere, who would not yearn for escape? Amidst this crumbling structure, something shocking begins to unfold. Against the backdrop of despair, whispers of defection echo through the ranks. With thousands contemplating flight across icy borders to Norway or Finland, the Russian military faces a peril unlike any battlefield confrontation. Each defection sends ripples, one foot deserting creates shadows in the minds of countless others, kindling the hope that freedom might lie just beyond their grasp. The critical question looms: why would a soldier risk everything to flee? The answer reveals a heartbreaking truth: those in the trenches no longer wish to fight. The brutal cycle of combat wears on them, their own commanders hide the growing toll of losses, yet the grim reality is impossible to ignore. Days stretch long, filled with hunger and thirst as supplies dwindle, injuries fester without care, and living in squalor becomes the norm. The oppressive grip of fear surrounding disobedience further feeds their despair. Soldiers know too well the fate of those who refuse to march into death's embrace, court-martialed, imprisoned, or sentenced to disciplinary confines. For many, facing the treachery of death or plotting a daring escape seems like the only rational choice left. Ultimately, there's a crushing realization: Russian soldiers are just numbers to their leaders, and as units fall, new ones are hastily thrown into the fray. Hope has vanished. It is a conflict where survival trumps allegiance, sparking a desperate longing for liberation. The battlefield narrative shifts, where the true struggle becomes the fight for one's own life beyond the chaos of war. What happens next when someone finally dares to breach the icy border for freedom? Will this desperate plea for salvation spread like wildfire among the troops? The next chapter may well redefine the future of this icy front. In the looming shadow of war, behold the chilling truth: Russian troops are dwindling at the front lines. One by one, soldiers with the ability to wield their weapons are vanishing from crucial areas like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Severodonetsk. Daily, the pressure from the Kremlin to seize these territories weakens. The stark numbers of lost troops and abandoned military vehicles lay bare the grim reality of this conflict. The once well-coordinated assaults have crumbled, forcing the Russian army into disjointed and vulnerable positions, desperately clinging to scattered defenses to safeguard their armor. Amidst this turmoil, Ukraine's innovative tactics are striking at the heart of Russian operations. With a powerful combination of FPV drones and electronic warfare disrupting supply and logistics, the Ukrainian forces are not just holding the line, they are pushing back fiercely. The picture grows clearer. In the Pokrovsk sector, Ukrainian forces deploy an astonishing 150 FPV drones daily, efficiently neutralizing 70 to 85% of Russian UAVs. The shields that once protected Russian air support are being pierced and their advancing armored units are swiftly detected, leading to their swift destruction. Why, then, are these elite forces resorting to motorcycle-mounted infiltration instead of their traditional mechanized assaults? A critical turning point has arisen. The concrete evidence of attrition weighs heavy on Russia's military capabilities, casualty rates soar, and morale sinks. Reflected in the battlefield's grim dynamics, armored assaults now feel like distant memories. When a massive convoy of 71 vehicles is reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, you must consider the gravity of the situation. Only a fraction, 21 to 23%, remain as armored vehicles, while motorcycles and lighter units dominate. As the Ukrainian forces tighten their grip, Russian tactics fall apart. The 103rd Regiment's heavy artillery struggles against an unyielding enemy, their hopes for a breakthrough lost. The 8th Army's recent attempts to regain ground faced a high-precision counterattack that changed the course of battle. This continues in a rhythm, as Ukrainian forces press forth with calculated strategy. Pressure mounts on both fronts, exposing the vulnerabilities of their adversaries. Before winter's heart can freeze the grounds, desperation grips Russian soldiers like a chokehold. With their fate hanging precariously on the edge, a sinking realization dawns: these men aren't merely foot soldiers to Moscow. They are expendable, just numbers in a monstrous game. Faced with an agonizing choice, the instinct for survival leads some to flee the clutches of death. They exchange the cold embrace of conflict for the promise of freedom, even if it means running toward nations that have long been labeled enemies. This exodus is not merely a physical escape, it's a profound declaration of dissent against the Kremlin's narrative. When defection becomes the favored option in the face of annihilation, it signifies a monumental fracture in war propaganda. The soldiers carry not only their stories but a treasure trove of insights into Russian military strategies and their leaders' follies. So, what happens when these disillusioned troops seek refuge in lands like Norway and Finland, the very strongholds of NATO? It's not just a matter of survival, it becomes an intelligence bonanza for Western allies. Each fleeing soldier is indeed an open book, shedding light on the Kremlin's debilitating weaknesses. Their escape tells a larger story of defiance, where loyalty to the state pales in the shadow of the instinct to live. The ramifications of this shift strike at the core of Russia's war efforts, challenging a landscape filled with uncertainty and trepidation. Ultimately, as echoes of despair blend with the hopes for justice, the battlefield transforms into an arena where life's survival outweighs the call of duty. In this fierce showdown of ideologies, the stakes couldn't be higher. Russia must reckon with its crumbling facade, while streaming truths from the front lines surge forth like a flood. This revelation of truth not only reshapes the reality of war but also amplifies the voices that refuse to be silenced any longer. The situation on the front lines has shifted dramatically, akin to a chess game turning in the blink of an eye. Russian troops, once seemingly steadfast, are now dwindling in numbers, especially in the critical locations of Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Severodonetsk. The hopes of the Kremlin to capture these regions are fading, only to be replaced by the grim reality of battle losses. Reports reveal that Russian units are shifting from their traditional mechanized assaults to lighter, less coordinated tactics, struggling to maintain the grip they once had. As Ukrainian forces harness an innovative blend of first-person view drones and electronic warfare, they are striking hard at Russian supply lines, targeting vital energy and logistical centers with precision bombardments. One Ukrainian soldier in the Pokrovsk area commented on the intensity, stating that Russian forces expend upwards of 150 drones daily, while Ukrainian electronic warfare units effectively suppress a significant portion of enemy UAVs. The result? A chink in the armor of Russian air defenses leaves their advancing units exposed and vulnerable. The once formidable armored divisions around Toretsk are losing their power. A recent convoy of Russian vehicles, a staggering 71 in total, illustrates the trend. Only a fraction were armored, with motorcycles and light trucks taking center stage. This reflects the dire state of Russia's mechanized capabilities. In the combat zone, Ukrainian resilience shines. The 103rd Regiment of the 150th Motorized Division, despite heavy fire pressure, has not successfully broken through the defensive lines, signaling a stalemate. Key to the shift in momentum is the strategic response from Ukrainian forces. An exploration into the importance of Pokrovsk reveals its role as a logistical hub, essential for the flow of supplies. A coalition strategy emerged from high command to maintain pressure both on the front lines and within the rear echelons, aiming to destabilize Russian defenses further. The turning point came between August 12 and 15, a period rife with skirmishes and cunning maneuvers. As the Russians attempted to infiltrate with small teams under the cover of forestry, Ukrainian commanders swiftly anticipated their strategies, deploying reinforcements and intercepting gaps as they appeared. Just as hope flickered for the Russian forces, Ukrainian units pushed back, neutralizing over 150 Russian soldiers in just 2 days. This strategic tactical dance raises two pressing questions. Why is Pokrovsk so vital to the conflict? And what makes the Ukrainian forces, particularly the Azov Brigade, so effective on the battlefield? The answers lie beneath the surface. Capturing Pokrovsk is not merely about seizing land, it's about crippling supply lines critical to sustaining Russian operations. For Russia, the loss of such a focal point translates into logistical chaos, while for Ukraine, reclaiming it is a potent display of military might. As we delve deeper, the methods employed by the Azov Brigade stand out. They favor reconnaissance and disciplined skirmishing over heavy artillery. Their tactical flexibility, quick to adapt to the volatile battlefield, bodes well against the rigid strategies of the Russian command. This brings us to a startling realization: the Kremlin's grand design for Ukraine no longer aligns with reality. Positions are being slowly abandoned. Yet, amid this chaos and shifting tides, will the Russian resolve finally crumble? Will the soldiers, trapped in their mechanized molds, seek escape in desperation? As we stand on the brink of another potential breakthrough or collapse, the question remains pressing: what fate awaits the beleaguered forces stuck in a war they no longer comprehend? Each defection, each battle lost, sends shockwaves that echo far beyond the battlefield, reshaping the landscape of power in ways we can only begin to fathom. The previous chapter revealed how revealing military secrets shattered the Kremlin's image, turning every defection into a blow against Moscow's grip. Today, we dive deeper. What happens when soldiers begin crossing borders, seeking refuge in the West? This is no longer an isolated incident, it's a dangerous ripple spreading through Russia's ranks. Imagine the silent message sent to those still standing on the front lines: escape is possible. That thought alone erodes discipline like acid on steel. Orders lose their weight, threats become hollow echoes. What once was rare, a soldier fleeing, has morphed into a steady trend. Just a few years ago, such events could be dismissed as anomalies, hidden under the guise of accidents or personal failings. But now, these defections are unfolding openly in Norway, Finland, and the Baltic states. The Kremlin's narrative of a powerful, unbreakable army is cracking under the pressure. Discipline, once ironclad, is fracturing. To stem the tide, punishments are growing harsher by the day. Yet, the harder the hammer falls, the more desperate the soldiers become. Facing the brutal choice of dying in combat or succumbing to punishment, many feel trapped in a grim no-win scenario. This breeds a psychological collapse that spreads through the ranks like wildfire. Behind closed doors, Moscow's propaganda machine struggles to conceal these truths. But in the age of social media, secrets leak like water through cracks. The Russian public watches, confused and unsettled, as their soldiers seek refuge beyond borders. A haunting question takes root in their minds: if this war is just, why are our own abandoning it? This question gnaws at the foundations of decades of patriotic messaging, corroding trust from within. At the core of the military, desertion seeds distrust. Commanders can no longer count on their troops to obey orders without hesitation. Plans falter as fear of betrayal shadows every move. The possibility of desertion becomes a hidden variable, forcing war planners to rethink strategies constantly. For Moscow, these desertions are more than lost soldiers or leaked secrets. They are fractures in the very soul of the army, a growing wound that threatens to unravel the entire war effort. Could this unraveling be the Kremlin's most dangerous enemy yet? The answer lies not on distant battlefields, but in the minds of those who once vowed to stand firm. The orders are issued, but who actually follows them? In the battlefield's shadow, trust is crumbling. Hesitation curls through every plan, as commanders dread the silent threat hanging over their troops: desertion. For Russia, this isn't merely losing soldiers or leaking secrets. This is the unraveling of an entire system. Imagine a soldier stepping over a border, seeking refuge in Norway. On the surface, a small pawn slipping out of the war's chaos. But zoom out, this act pulses like a warning siren inside a broken machine. It's not just a single defector. It's the fracture spreading through the ranks. Each one tearing a thread from the Kremlin's tightly woven narrative that portrays their army as mighty, loyal, and unbreakable. Today, one soldier vanishes into the Norwegian shadows, tomorrow, another disappears into Finland's forests. Weeks later, whispers of escapes echo from the Baltic states. This is no accident or isolated case. It's a chain reaction, a cascade that Moscow cannot stem. The army cannot hold itself, or its men. This shatters the Kremlin's facade beyond its borders. Internationally, commentators now speak openly, the will to fight has evaporated. Soldiers flee, not from the enemy's fire, but from their own despair. Each defector hands the West a fresh dossier, Russia is cracking from within. This image fuels the global narrative, justifying support for Ukraine as the vanishing morale on the front lines exposes fatal weaknesses. But the damage doesn't stop at politics or propaganda. On the ground, the problem festers dangerously. Every soldier who chooses escape over combat sets an unspoken precedent. Others glimpse this path, wondering quietly, could I do the same? When that thought ignites in ranks, discipline fractures like glass. The once solid front line starts to splinter, from the inside out. In essence, these desertions don't just erode troop numbers. They erode trust, structure, and the desperate belief in a mission. For the Kremlin, this is a nightmare beyond the battlefield. The real collapse is happening inside, where desperation and distrust have taken root. The question isn't if this unraveling will continue, it's how far it will go before the whole system falls apart. What if an army crumbles before it even takes a single step forward? Imagine soldiers arriving at the front, not to fight, but to plot their escape, before they even begin their duties. This silent collapse within isn't just a military setback, it's a ticking time bomb erupting beneath the Kremlin itself. How long before the cracks beneath the surface split wide open? In the previous chapter, we saw how defections on the battlefield chip away at discipline. Now, this trend has reached a frightening new level. New recruits, freshly sent to the front lines, already dream of running away. When those who are supposed to defend start planning their exit, the very foundation of the conflict begins to crumble. Politically, this triggers a crisis far deeper than lost territory. The Kremlin has long claimed, "Our people stand behind us," as the battle cry to justify the war. But as more soldiers flee westward, that slogan rings hollow. Imagine being a mother or father in Moscow, watching your son disappear not as a hero, but as a deserter. The trust between the people and their leaders shatters like glass, one question echoing in every home: why are they running? Worse still, the impact isn't only immediate, it's a devastating blow to the future. Each defection eats away at the professional core of the army. Seasoned soldiers vanish, replaced by hastily conscripted, untrained recruits thrust into the fire without proper preparation. The result? An inevitable rise in casualties and an irreversible blow to Russia's long-term military strength. For the Kremlin, desertions aren't just a short-term embarrassment. They forecast structural collapse, a slow-motion disintegration with no easy fixes. But perhaps the most chilling fact is this: the war is not merely lost on the battlegrounds. Equally shattering is the erosion of belief within the ranks. Every soldier who slips through the border into Norway, Finland, or the Baltic states sends a powerful message: this regime no longer commands loyalty. What will this unraveling lead to? Can Russia maintain its army's shaky standing, or will the dominoes of defection topple ever faster? How might Ukraine exploit these fractures to press their advantage? And crucially, how will the West act on the secrets carried by those who choose to abandon their cause? Today, one truth shines clearly through the chaos: the Kremlin has lost more than ground, it has lost the loyalty of its own soldiers. And when loyalty falters, no war machine can keep running for long. Previously, we saw how the Kremlin's grip is slipping, not only losing ground but also the trust of its own soldiers. When loyalty crumbles, no conflict can endure. Now, as Ukraine pushes forward, the southern front is cracking open, revealing a path toward Crimea that was once thought unbreakable. For 5 relentless weeks, from late July to early August, Ukrainian forces shattered the Russian paratrooper defenses along the Oryk-Raboan axis. This wasn't a simple skirmish. They seized 2 key villages west of the Tmakh Road, ripping through the core of Russia's eastern Zaporizhia fortifications. What unfolded was more than just a gain, it was a strategic squeeze, a tightening noose threatening to trap Russian forces on both flanks. Satellite images confirmed the retreat. Russian airborne units pulled back, dragging their artillery batteries from the left bank of the Dnepr River. This retreat stripped away their artillery's reach and opened a deadly field of fire for Ukraine's HIMARS rocket systems. These precision strikes hammered the Kakhovka-Mariupol supply route, forcing Russia to reroute its supply lines along the vulnerable A147 highway. The result? A crushing traffic jam that slowed Russian logistics to a crawl, down to just a third of their usual speed. Ukraine's southern command had been ready for this. They swiftly redeployed the 46th Air Assault Brigade from the route line to the Kopani-Verbov area, intensifying pressure on Russian withdrawal routes. The chaos that followed was palpable. Russian battalions began dispersing in disarray, a fact confirmed by internal reports. This breakdown alone couldn't topple Crimea, but it set off a chain reaction. Why? Because the alternative routes were incomplete. Pontoon bridges hastily installed in Mayat-Chongar and Henichesk Straits hadn't been finished. Now serving as desperate escape paths from south to north, they became bottlenecks. Within 2 days, traffic ground to a halt, overloading the Kerch Bridge beyond capacity. Imagine the sounds: engines idling, radios crackling, soldiers shouting orders that never seemed to reach their ears. The air thick with dust and tension, each moment stretching longer as the supply lines choke and the Russian forces find themselves trapped in a tightening noose. What happens when desperation takes hold of an army? Can a once mighty force survive when its lifelines are severed and its movements reduced to chaos? The coming days on this southern front could change everything. What happens when a vital naval base grinds to a halt under unexpected assault? Imagine the heart of a powerful fleet suddenly silenced, trapped by chaos and panic spreading like wildfire. This is exactly what unfolded when daring Ukrainian forces struck the entrance to Sevastopol, halting the Russian Black Sea Fleet in its tracks. The sound of explosions echoed through the harbor, shattering the illusion of control and order. Within days, families of fleet officers were frantically evacuated by road, desperate to flee the looming uncertainty. But their escape was anything but smooth. Traffic snarled, held hostage by bottlenecks and blockades, while the ripple effects of a distant deadlock stretched all the way to the convoy's slow crawl. The crisis gripping Crimea was no longer just military, it had become a tangled web of logistics and morale. Russian commanders, confronted with dwindling supplies and mounting pressure, began contemplating a grim retreat to an inner defensive line. The ambitious plan to hold the coastal front slipped further from reach. Around 40,000 troops stationed in the region found themselves cut off from fresh ammunition deliveries. Personnel rotations halted. The northern corridor, once a lifeline, now teetered under threat from precise missile strikes. Observers likened the siege to historic pockets of entrapment, but with one cruel twist: these troops had no open sea escape. Their only route was the Kerch Strait, a fragile thread under relentless attack and costly repairs. Leaked reports revealed a stark admission from Moscow's military: Crimea's supply lines were vulnerable, and the garrison might run out of ammunition within 2 months. The psychological toll was immediate and severe. Panic fueled a mass exodus, plummeting property values and shaking the very foundations of the region. The quiet calm of the peninsula was shattered, replaced by the haze of uncertainty and fear. What would this mean for the future of the Black Sea Fleet? Could this isolated pocket hold out, or was it destined to crumble under pressure? The next moves would shape not just the battlefield, but the fate of an entire strategic front. Summary of previous events in August. Reports surfaced suggesting that a vital land corridor had been severed, leading to a prediction that the garrison would exhaust its ammunition within a mere 60 days. This revelation triggered a wave of migration, causing property prices in Crimea to plummet by 15% in just 1 month. As the war raged on, the strategic landscape shifted dramatically. For military planners in Kiev, the slow grind of territorial gains revealed unexpected advantages. Each village liberated tightened the grip on Russian supply lines, forcing logistics northward, intensifying congestion at the Kerch Bridge. This game of attrition created a self-defeating stalemate for the Russian forces, rewriting the narrative and strategies previously deemed unyielding. Instead of merely biding their time, Ukrainian commanders recognized these incremental victories as stepping stones towards a larger goal, Crimea. With every forced evacuation, the reality of a monumental shift in power became palpable. The Ukrainian General Staff confidently predicted that if the momentum in Zaporizhia held, the Tokmak-Melitopol line would inevitably fall by the year's end. Once that domino toppled, the northern regions of Crimea would come within the devastating range of artillery. The repercussions were stark. Russian forces now faced two grim choices: retreating through Kerch or submitting to negotiations regarding humanitarian corridors across the peninsula. This mounting pressure began to resurrect Crimea on the international diplomatic stage, reshaping it into a bargaining chip favoring Ukraine. This precarious situation didn't go unnoticed by military leaders, who understood that Russian forces were rapidly losing their ability to mount effective counterattacks. The monthly consumption of artillery and rocket ammunition by the garrison in Crimea, which once averaged around 90,000 rounds, had dwindled to a mere 54,000 by July. The figures continued to plummet, with stockpiles dwindling to just 38,000 rounds in August. Such a decline meant a staggering 60% reduction in the intensity of artillery fire. Fuel logistics, too, faced dramatic setbacks. The JP-8 fuel vital for operations at the 37th Mixed Air Division in Novofedorovka was no longer delivered through pipelines from Kerch, relying instead on less efficient tanker trucks. Commercial data revealed a troubling 40% decrease in tanker transits from July to August. The meticulous calculations of Kiev's planners were becoming reality, and the once unyielding grip of Russian forces began to tremble. The question loomed large: could this be the beginning of the end for Russian control over Crimea? Or would their strategic defense prove resilient one last time, drawing the conflict into another cycle of violence? As the ground shifted beneath them, the echoes of war reverberated across the battlefield, each day a new chapter in the unfolding drama. Fuel shortages are forcing Russian air forces to stay locked near the coast. The vital JP-8 fuel, once piped smoothly to the 37th Mixed Air Division at Novofedorovka, now arrives only by tanker trucks. Between July and August, tanker traffic plummeted by 40%. With no extra fuel to patrol the critical Sochi-Belbek line, Russian aircraft are grounded, their reach shrinking by the day. An uprising might not be expected, but resistance is fading fast. Moscow's strategy has shifted dramatically, from trying to set up a new governing model in Crimea to turning the peninsula into a fortress under siege. The military administration has imposed a strict permit regime on civilian movement, suffocating daily life and strangling the local economy. The smell of desperation hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, every small pocket of Ukrainian resistance becomes a launchpad for fresh waves of precision strikes. By late August, 8 HIMAR Prism battery units were deployed along the left bank of the Dnipro River. Another 4 are stationed near Nisopol, with reinforcements scheduled for the Palo region in September. When these arrive, the western approach to the vital Kerch Bridge will come under deadly fire. If Kerch falls, Russian forces will be forced to find new ways to supply and evacuate troops. The Black Sea Fleet, already stretched thin, lacks the capacity to meet this challenge. Adding to their troubles, Ukraine is rapidly expanding its naval drone fleet. Over 50 maritime drones were produced in July alone. Though the Russians have set up underwater barriers, diver nets, and shallow water sonar defenses around places like Malikna Bay, these measures may no longer hold against the growing drone threat. Beyond the battlefield, the psychological war is tilting in favor of Kiev. The mass flight of Russian officers' families has shattered morale among civilians. Leaked documents reveal that the local Aksionov administration even proposed tax breaks to stop the plummeting real estate prices, but Moscow refused to approve them. Economic strangulation is tightening its grip, and Crimea is becoming less of a prize and more of a costly burden. Analysts now warn of the Crimean trap, a strategic quagmire where high costs and isolation outweigh any gains. What was once a jewel in Russia's crown is turning into a cage, tightening with every passing day. How long can this fortress hold before it crumbles under the weight of its own siege? Amid the relentless conflict, the valiant troops of Ukraine continue to confound expectations. With Russian forces gradually succumbing to fatigue on the front lines, the reality of their diminishing strength becomes increasingly apparent. In key regions like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk, Russian soldiers who can effectively engage in combat are dwindling. The once steadfast resolve from Kremlin leaders to secure these strategic settlements seems to be waning with each passing day. As the war drags on, battlefield reports paint a grim picture. The capacity of Russian troops to launch traditional mechanized assaults has been severely compromised. Stripped of their powerful armored units, they are left with fragmented forces struggling to adapt. Rather than engaging in cohesive strikes, Russia now resorts to light operational tactics, desperately attempting to shield their remaining armored vehicles. Evidence on the ground highlights a stark contrast in the Ukrainian approach. The integration of innovative strategies, including FPV UAVs, small drones that have become a cornerstone of their tactics, has altered the balance. Ukrainian forces expertly disrupt supply lines and command posts, targeting vulnerabilities with precision strikes that have crippled Russian operations. One Ukrainian soldier in the Pokrovsk sector revealed an astounding detail. Russians are exhausting their resources, deploying hundreds of UAVs daily yet suffering significant losses. Up to 85% of their aerial surveillance capabilities are now compromised. This staggering attrition of Russian forces is not merely statistical, it is a palpable shift felt on the ground. The scale of Russia's logistical missteps is also becoming clearer. With military convoys increasingly comprised of motorcycles and light vehicles, the substantial reliance on vulnerable assets reflects a deepening crisis. A recent review of operations indicated a significant shift. Armored vehicles are no longer the backbone of Russian strategy. Instead, makeshift units mounted on two wheels become the new reality of their battlefield prowess. Yet the momentum has not shifted in Russia's favor. Ukrainian forces, emboldened by their tactical adaptability, have been methodically tightening the noose around Crimea. The Crimea problem, once seen as a strategic acquirement for Russia, now resembles a costly burden. As analysts note, Russia is trapped, its supply lines deteriorate, and the urgency for reinforcements only grows. A pivotal moment for both sides looms on the horizon. Will Ukraine secure a decisive blow that could lead to negotiations? Or will Russia rally forces in a desperate attempt to reinforce their stronghold? The battlefield is fraught with tension, breathing heavy with the weight of uncertainty, as the clock ticks down to a critical juncture. The stakes have never been higher. By late August, the flow of supplies to frontline units had slowed dramatically. Where once material requests were tracked daily, they now shifted to weekly reports. Orders to relocate were being issued before even reaching the battery level. Artillery fire had become sporadic, and defensive lines thinned dangerously. Ukraine quickly exploited this with precision strikes, unleashing M270 rockets to rake enemy positions 6 to 8 kilometers deep. Each new breach tore open Russian flanks, setting off a chain reaction of collapse. Video captured on cell phones revealed a startling scene: Russian soldiers abandoning trenches north of Tokmak, fleeing not toward Crimea but toward the Berdyansk corridor. This wasn't a strategic retreat, it was chaos. The breakdown in command meant no clear retreat routes could be communicated. The defenders in Crimea were unraveling from the inside, not under external assault. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces sharply reduced their wasted artillery fire, from over 40% in early 2024 to just 10%, thanks to relentless drone-guided coordination. This leap in fire discipline, combined with growing logistical strength, accelerated their momentum exponentially. Adding to the Russian forces' despair, images circulated showing officers' families being evacuated by road from Sevastopol to Oryol. This exposed a crack in morale few had anticipated. Panic was spreading, and the Kremlin's attempts to clamp down could not mask it. The turmoil seeped into the Black Sea Fleet, fracturing command and eroding defensive lines. Minefields developed dangerous gaps, through which Ukrainian naval drone swarms infiltrated. Every strike forced costly repairs, each demanding fuel and spare parts. Yet the shrinking maritime supply route through Kirill was strangled further by soaring insurance costs, tightening the noose on Russian logistics. What happens when the lifelines fray and fear takes hold? The once cohesive front begins to crumble, not from outside force, but from the storm within. Will the defenders hold, or will the unraveling become irreversible? The Black Sea's defenses are cracking. Minefields once thought secure now have gaping holes. Ukrainian naval drone swarms relentlessly push through these breaches. Every strike causes damage requiring repairs, and every repair drains precious fuel and spare parts. Yet, maritime traffic through the Kerch route is shrinking fast, choked by rising insurance costs. This shrinking lifeline is tightening a noose around the Russian forces stranded in Crimea. The financial and logistical spiral is turning dark for Moscow. Kiev's command sums it up bluntly: there is no rush, but there is relentless attrition. Instead of a swift armored encirclement, Ukraine is applying a slow, grinding pressure. Each small breach chips away at Russia's ability to hold on. When the western ramp of the Kerch Bridge falls within missile range, the political fallout will strike first, well before any military victory. Panic will surge among families trying to evacuate. The garrison commander will plead for urgent supplies from Moscow. If these aren't delivered, surrender will no longer be a distant fear, it will become a grim reality. What started as a minor push in Zaporizhia is about to open the floodgates to Crimea on a massive scale. In Kiev's eyes, this is not a question of if but when. Each new breach drags Russia deeper into a costly trap. The Crimean pocket, once a stronghold, now resembles a balloon stretched to its breaking point, ready to explode not from a single blow, but from repeated, punishing pressure. Though Russian troops still physically occupy the peninsula, their logistics are crumbling. Morale is sinking. Family ties are fraying under the strain of isolation and uncertainty. This psychological withdrawal is silently reflected in dwindling bridge traffic and the increasingly desperate tone of internal propaganda. Kiev's plan is to wait patiently until the moment of collapse arrives. Then, with precise strikes aimed at critical points, Ukraine will swing open the door to Crimea wide. This is not a quiet opening but a thunderous one. Moscow senses the threat of a collective collapse more clearly with each passing day. Options are running out fast. The logistical breach that began as a tactical setback has now morphed into an economic trigger that could unravel the entire Russian hold on the peninsula. What happens next? Will Crimea's defenders hold on against the tightening noose? Or is the fall of the peninsula just a matter of time? The clock is ticking, and the stakes could not be higher. The survival of the Crimean garrison now hangs by a thread, its lifeline stretched over dwindling fuel, scarce food, and most urgently, diesel for the generators that keep essential systems alive. Back on the night of July 27, a daring raid by Ukraine's Olen group targeted a critical fuel depot near Gvardeskoy. The blaze didn't consume the entire facility, but satellite heat maps revealed that the northern third of the tank farm was scorched black. The significance isn't in the size of the fire, it's in the relentless disruption this inflicted. Fuel supplies to Crimea have been forced onto a single fragile artery. Trucks and supply lines now depend mainly on the Kerch Bridge's backup lane, and occasionally on ferries. But this so-called lifeline is vulnerable. With winter storms looming, ferry routes face near-certain cancellations. Insurance firms hiking premiums by 60% at July's end have pressured Novorossisk ship owners to limit the number of vessels they deploy even further. Pressure is mounting. A tank battalion once required 16 tons of fuel daily in 2024. Now, that demand has halved to just 9 tons. This drastic cut signals a grim transformation. Maneuvers have all but ceased, replaced by static defense lines. And static defense is exactly what Ukraine's artillery thrives on. They've been given the green light to pick apart the front lines systematically. Diesel generators hum relentlessly, running at full tilt to keep command posts alive. Yet as diesel supplies grow scarce, so too does Russia's ability to stay nimble. Commands have gone into radio silence, reducing noise and interference, but also slowing decision-making down to a frustrating crawl. This silence creates a deadly gap that Ukrainian drone teams expertly exploit under the cover of night. Tracking data from the advanced electro-optical packages aboard Bayraktar TB2 Phase 2 show Russian convoys shifting to nocturnal travel. But here's the catch: GPS jamming devices, vital for Russian convoy protection, drain precious energy. To conserve power, their effective range is shrinking. Nighttime convoys now race against the clock, and unseen eyes, trying desperately to evade detection while their shielding weakens by the hour. What sounds like a logistical detail is, in truth, the hammer poised to shatter Moscow's grip. When fuel runs out, generators falter. When generators falter, communication fails. When communication fails, collapse is only a matter of time. The quiet hum of dying engines could soon become the thunderous roar of a front breaking apart. Who will seize this fleeting moment, Ukrainian forces pressing forward or the withering defenders clutching at echoes of their once mighty grip? Previously, we saw how Russian convoys shifted to nighttime movements, trying to avoid detection. Yet, their GPS jammers, meant to blind enemy drones, now face a critical limitation: they must conserve energy, narrowing their protective range. This fragile dance between blackout and exposure has become a nightmare for Russian defenses. Imagine the moment these jammers power down. Suddenly, unmanned aerial vehicles swoop down from safe heights, striking with precision. This relentless cycle symbolizes more than battlefield tactics; it reveals a deeper collapse brewing beneath the surface. The economic chokehold strangling supply lines is no longer just a pressure point. It's a trigger set to unravel the entire Russian hold on Crimea. The soldiers left in Crimea aren't fighting for victory, they're barely surviving, caught in a struggle for basic necessities. Tactical advantages have slipped away, replaced by the desperate need for fuel, food, and warmth. To break this fragile grip won't require massive offensives from Kiev. Instead, a calculated strategy of lockdowns and strangling traffic bottlenecks is enough to tip the scales. Drone intelligence reveals the next moves clearly. Attacks from HIMARS rockets against Kerch will intensify, while the Karasu ferry terminal stands exposed, a vulnerable node in the enemy's logistics web. Russia faces a dangerous choice: pull S-400 missile systems to guard Kerch along the coast and leave inland radar coverage dangerously thin, or risk further strikes on critical supply hubs. When the long-range radar shields retreat, Bayraktar TB2 Phase 2 drones will strike logistics parks with smart micro-guided munitions, surgical blows designed to topple supply chains like falling dominoes. Fuel runs dry. Power flickers out. Morale crumbles. Command structures falter. Surrender talks, once unthinkable, loom on the horizon. This isn't just theory. Small, continuous strikes in Zaporizhia have been carefully engineered to ignite this chain reaction. Now, the pieces are sliding into place with chilling precision. Russian options shrink, limited to desperate gestures like threatening nuclear retaliation, a move that would shatter diplomatic bridges forever. Gradually, inexorably, Crimea's fate is being sealed. Military drones, economic blockades, psychological warfare, and energy strikes converge to break the enemy's grip. Kiev's roadmap is bold: reconnect the Armia corridor by year's end and evacuate the Sevastopol port before spring. What once seemed a distant dream is now a ticking clock, countdown to a strategic breakthrough. But as the curtain rises on this high-stakes game, one question hangs in the air: can Moscow withstand this perfect storm, or will the dominoes fall faster than anyone expects? The answer lies just beyond the horizon, where silence now reigns, but soon, the next strike will shatter it. In the previous chapter, we saw how psychological tactics and targeted strikes on fuel and energy sources are reshaping the battlefield. Kiev's ambitious plan aims to reconnect critical supply lines before year's end and evacuate key ports by spring. What once looked like a distant dream is now becoming an unsettling reality. Now, let's zoom out and examine the bigger picture, especially the crumbling logistics and shifting alliances that are quietly rewriting the fate of Crimea. Satellite images paint a stark story, from nearly 50 armored and artillery units stationed there at the start of 2024, barely 19 remain active by mid-2025. Half of these forces are funneled to defend a single vulnerable corridor, leaving the northern sector almost undefended. Can a fortress survive when its walls are paper-thin? Behind the scenes, a silent crisis unfolds. Families fleeing their homes, soldiers abandoning posts, these are not just statistics, they are fractures in the social fabric of the region. Officially, the evacuation is disguised as routine vacations. But the frantic ads selling apartments and garages tell a different story. Panic is spreading like wildfire. Meanwhile, a powerful alliance quietly tightens its grip on the skies above. The United States, United Kingdom, and Poland have ramped up satellite surveillance over the critical strait, ensuring every move is tracked down to the minute. This isn't just intelligence gathering, it's a warning shot fired straight at Moscow. The crucial bridge connecting Crimea is now under constant watch. And any attempt to repair damage will be met with swift consequences. How long can the Kremlin bluff its way through when the noose tightens? The Kremlin's options are dwindling. Its usual partners hesitate to shoulder the growing risks. China and India are unwilling to back the costly insurance that Black Sea operations demand. Iran faces its own dilemmas, unable to open fuel routes without igniting regional fires. Isolated and pressured, Russian forces find themselves forced to prioritize evacuation over reinforcement. On the front lines, the pressure doesn't relent. Ukrainian forces continue their relentless strikes, targeting vital arteries rather than engaging in slow, grinding trench warfare. This strategy is more than battlefield tactics, it's a complete alignment of military and economic power, all converging to squeeze the lifeblood from the enemy. Could this be the beginning of the end for the occupation? The war's rhythm is changing. The illusions of strength are evaporating under the weight of numbers, surveillance, and relentless pressure. What will Moscow's next move be when the fortress of Crimea is no longer impregnable? The stage is set for a dramatic shift, and the clock is ticking. Imagine a fortress crumbling from the inside, not by a catapult stone or a barrage of firepower, but by unseen, silent strikes eroding its very lifeblood. What if the fate of an entire region hinges not on tanks or troops, but on cutting off fuel lines, paralyzing communications, and shattering morale before a single bullet flies? This is the eerie reality unfolding in Crimea, where the seemingly invincible Russian presence is spiraling into a desperate countdown. Let's recall the broader story. Across eastern Ukraine, Russian forces are fading line by line. Mechanized assaults have given way to scattered, light infiltration teams. Russian tanks and armored vehicles struggle to push forward under relentless Ukrainian drone swarms and precision strikes on command posts. Once dominant, Russia's grip is slipping across critical cities like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Severodonetsk, as advanced Ukrainian tactics expose vulnerabilities in armor and logistics alike. Now, zero in on Crimea, the jewel in Moscow's crown, long thought to be a bulwark against Ukrainian advances. But behind the scenes, the fortress blinks like a candle in the wind. If the northern defense line collapses, supply routes vanish. Fuel pipelines, ammunition depots, and support infrastructures are not just targets, they are the veins sustaining this military stronghold. Ukraine's strategy isn't about storming the gates, it's about draining the fortress dry. The Ukrainians have mastered something chilling, a coordinated assault on energy and logistics. They disrupt fuel chains, cut off power grids, and infiltrate with drones that blind Russian reconnaissance. Each strike chips away at the grit and readiness of the troops stranded in Crimea. No grand battles make headlines here. Instead, a persistent pressure mounts, resembling a medical doctor's precision scalpel rather than a blacksmith's hammer. Flashback to a quiet countryside, the sharp scent of burnt circuitry from a downed drone lingers in the damp morning air. Somewhere behind enemy lines, soldiers glance nervously at their flickering radios, surrendering control to chaos. The hum of engines, once a constant reassurance, fades. This isn't just war, it's a slow suffocation. This creeping demise is about more than battlefields. Ukraine's moves have dragged Crimea's status into a legal battlefield, invoking post-war security frameworks once debated only in diplomatic halls of Berlin and Paris. Moscow now faces a perilous defense on military and legal planes simultaneously. Time is the enemy. The longer this scenario unfolds, the thinner Russia's ability to justify or hold its grip. Morale inside the Crimean garrison is fragile, fraying like worn rope in a storm. As fuel reserves dwindle and supply lines stretch thinner, whispers of evacuation grow louder. This isn't simply a collapse of troops, it's a strategic dance toward a controlled withdrawal, a surrender choreographed to save what little remains. Ukraine's doctrine of small victories finds its moment here. Hundreds of precise blows, each seeming minor, accumulate into a mountain that Moscow cannot ignore. Since June 14, when President Zelensky proclaimed the liberation of Andrivka, the narrative has shifted. The summer offensive that promised Russian resurgence is instead unraveling, casting the Kremlin into chaos. With every sabotage of fuel lines and every drone strike on logistics hubs, Ukraine is tightening the noose around Crimea. The garrison once seen as untouchable now faces a ticking clock powered not by gunfire, but by the slow drip of deprivation. Can a fortress survive when its veins are severed? How long before desperation turns into retreat? The ghostly silence of this siege is deafening. The question remains, will Moscow's prized territory become the ultimate trap, a prison of its own making, or will it find a way to break free before time runs out? Imagine a massive army, backed by months of preparation and dreams of conquest, suddenly reduced to a desperate shuffle, one step forward, two steps back, as if trapped in a tightening noose. This is the harsh reality Russian forces have faced in eastern Ukraine. Despite deploying hundreds of thousands of troops, thousands of armored vehicles, and heavy artillery, their grand summer offensive of 2025 crumbled almost overnight. What happened to shatter their advance so completely? How did a force of roughly 150,000 soldiers, supposed to be the backbone of the operation, get bogged down along narrow, unforgiving front lines, unable to gain any ground? The answer lies in relentless pressure applied by Ukrainian forces on three critical fronts, dismantling the offensive before it ever truly began. As the second half of summer 2025 unfolded, satellite imagery revealed a grim picture for Russian troops. The once solid bulges in their lines, the Sumy-Bilopilia arc in the north, the Kursk border strip, and the battered Donbas steppes in the southeast, were shrinking day by day. Over 150,000 Russian soldiers found themselves trapped within these tightening corridors, vulnerable to constant drone surveillance and artillery strikes. The atmosphere on the ground was tense, suffused with the smell of smoke and the distant thud of explosions. Every direction brought fresh challenges, every step forward met with fierce resistance. Four key factors explain this unraveling. First, Ukraine's revitalized mobile artillery tactics unleashed devastating firepower with precision and speed. Second, hybrid infiltration and fortification strategies disrupted Russian formations, turning their advances into chaotic skirmishes. Third, fragile supply lines stretched thin, vulnerable to targeted drone strikes that cut fuel and ammunition flows. Lastly, morale among Russian troops frayed under the constant barrage, while their reserves dwindled dangerously. In the Bilopilia-Pissarivka sector of Sumy Oblast, Russian armored vehicles struggled to cross swampy terrain near the Kursk border. Long convoys, intended to reinforce these positions, found themselves trapped in deadly kill zones, harassed relentlessly by swarms of bomb-laden drones. The once mighty mechanized columns were reduced to vulnerable targets, their thunderous engines drowned out by buzzing drones and crackling radio silence. What does this mean for the fate of the war? How long can an army survive when every advance feels like sinking deeper into quicksand? The next chapters will pull back the curtain on the exact tactics, the battlefield drama, and the staggering numbers behind this collapse. The truth behind Putin's failing summer offensive is more shocking than many could imagine. Stay tuned as the unfolding story reveals how a well-prepared invasion turned into a retreat marked by confusion, loss, and shattered illusions. Russian artillery lines in Donbass are under relentless counter-battery fire from Ukrainian HIMARS units. This pressure is crushing Moscow's slow-grind strategy, forcing Russian forces further into a tightening noose. Tens of thousands of Russian soldiers now face a peril worse than enemy fire, being trapped and ground down under relentless assaults. Let's pull back the curtain on the vast battlefield that stretches from Sumy Oblast near the Russian border, down past Kursk, and deep into Donbass and the Andrivka countryside. We will explore, step by step, where Russia's grand plans unraveled, how Ukraine shifted the tactical tides, and what this collapse might mean for the Kremlin's grip on power. Our journey starts in Sumy Oblast. This unassuming region in northeastern Ukraine became a fierce symbol of grassroots defiance during the chaotic, chilling days in February 2022. While the world's eyes were glued to armored columns inching toward Kiev, ordinary residents turned social media groups into a command center. They crafted homemade Molotov cocktails and ambushed Russian supply convoys, igniting an unexpected fire against the occupation. Russia wasn't willing to admit defeat yet. Weeks before the new offensive, intelligence reports flooded Ukrainian command. Russians, an uneasy mix of regular troops and poorly trained conscripts, were massing along the border. These gray masses moved beneath the ever-watchful eyes of Ukrainian drones, buzzing like angry wasps in the skies, signaling danger. Ukraine's military intelligence, now a well-oiled machine, was already sounding the alarm. Something was coming. The Kremlin's plan? Repeat last year's desperate Kakhovka offensive by smashing through Ukraine's northeastern defenses in Sumy Oblast. Their goal, to establish a buffer zone, safeguarding Russian soil from the growing shadow of Ukrainian drone strikes, which had begun terrorizing supply lines. On paper, Moscow's generals may have felt confident, seated far from the front, counting on over 50,000 troops to execute this plan. But war, as always, refuses neat calculations. The Russian summer offensive roared to life with its familiar brutal rhythm, yet beneath the surface, cracks were spreading. In swampy crossings near the Russian border along Kursk lines, Russian armored vehicles struggled to move, stuck in the mud like relics from a stalled past. Long logistics convoys rolled blindly into kill zones patrolled by swarms of drone attackers, cheap, deadly, and countless Shahid drones returning like relentless locusts. Artillery barrages rained down like storms, precision-guided bombs glided in from above, and intense swarms of small drones hammered defensive lines. The aim was clear: to shatter Ukraine's border defenses, terrify local communities into fleeing, and tear open gates for a ground assault. Yet, this calculated assault only revealed Moscow's vulnerabilities: stretched supply chains creaking under pressure, dwindling morale among troops, and reserves leaking away like sand through fingers. The stage was set for chaos. But what if the most devastating blow to Russia wasn't just on the muddy front lines? What if the Kremlin's entire strategy was breaking down under the sheer heat and fury of Ukrainian resistance and innovation? Stay tuned, it's about to get darker for the invading forces. Imagine a thunderstorm of artillery shells raining down relentlessly, glide bombs slicing through the smoky sky, and swarms of low-cost, deadly Shahid drones buzzing like relentless hornets. The Russian plan was ruthless: crush Ukraine's border defenses, terrify civilians into fleeing, and clear the path for a swift ground assault. Small, tight-knit Russian assault teams, no more than a dozen men each, slipped across the border at scattered points. They scouted Ukrainian positions, tried to secure tiny border villages, and even planted Russian flags for propaganda, hoping to broadcast quick victories. But amid the chaos and fog of war, silence and confusion soon gave way to a fierce Ukrainian response. This was no longer the shaky defense of 2022. These were battle-hardened Ukrainian soldiers, sharpened by months of relentless conflict, trained by NATO, and armed with better equipment than ever before. Their lines didn't crumble. Instead, they stood like an unbreakable wall, mines buried deep, trenches dug with precision, and soldiers ready to fight tooth and nail. Then something unexpected happened. Ukraine didn't just hold the line, they pushed back with brutal force. Elite Ukrainian units, backed by precise artillery strikes and their own agile FPV drones, launched aggressive counterattacks. The Russian troops who had barely set foot on Ukrainian soil found themselves trapped, surrounded, and fighting desperately just to survive. Videos and images flooded social networks, revealing the brutal truth: Ukrainian soldiers clearing trenches, Russian armored vehicles engulfed in flames across open fields, and the Ukrainian flag flying proudly once more over recaptured towns. The Institute for the Study of War confirmed what many feared for Moscow: the Russian offensive had ground to a complete halt. The advance had stalled. What went so wrong for Russia? How did a force of over 50,000 soldiers, primed for a summer offensive, face such a crushing standstill? And what does this mean for the next phase of the conflict? The answers lie buried in the shattered vehicles, the silent forests, and the unyielding Ukrainian front lines, where every hour, every move, could tip the balance between victory and defeat. Can a massive army truly be stopped by small, determined squads wielding drones and artillery? The battlefield is alive with tension, the air thick with dust and smoke, the distant echoes of explosions never far away. The war's rhythm pulses faster, and the next move could change everything. Will Moscow's plans collapse completely? Or is this only the beginning of a new and fiercer chapter? Stay tuned as the story unfolds. The shadows of war are long, and the stakes have never been higher. The sight of burning armored vehicles smoldering in open fields sets a grim stage, while the Ukrainian flag flutters defiantly over recaptured towns. The Institute for the Study of War confirms what everyone suspects: the Russian advance has ground to a halt. Yet, this stalemate conceals a deeper story. Ukrainian forces are not simply holding the line, they are launching sharp counterattacks aimed at crushing any Russian attempt to push forward. Today, more than 50,000 Russian troops are stranded in the Sumy area, their plans unraveling with no clear way out. How did Russia stumble so badly here? First, they grossly underestimated both Ukraine's will and combat readiness. Sumy has been a fiercely defended pocket since 2022, its defenders hardened by loss and battle. Then, the quality of Russian units deployed shows cracks. Sending small, fragmented infantry detachments into entrenched defenses without adequate support plays perfectly into Ukraine's hands, an open invitation for disaster, which was ruthlessly exploited. Meanwhile, Ukraine holds the strategic initiative. The defenders decide every fight's time and place. Their cutting-edge technology, combined with superior tactics, has transformed what Russia hoped to be an offensive into a series of relentless defensive clashes. Russia's offensive drive now looks like a desperate reaction to Ukrainian momentum. This crushing failure at Sumy transcends mere battlefield loss. It marks a strategic misstep with wide repercussions. The Kremlin sought to divert Kiev's troops from other critical fronts, Donbass, the southern coast, hoping to thin out Ukraine's defenses. Instead, Ukrainian forces, drawing on fresh reserves and local fighters, not only contained the threat but inflicted severe damage. The human and material toll on Russian forces has been staggering. Yet, amid relentless artillery barrages and drone strikes continuing to lash Sumy, the bigger truth remains: Russia's grand ground offensive has faltered. Moscow intended to carve out a buffer zone but ended up draining its forces in a costly stalemate. But the story doesn't end here. New satellite images reveal Ukraine's ingenious tactics: networks of trenches and intricate canals dubbed the Small Water Journey, designed to stall and trap any future Russian advances. These earthworks are silent witnesses to a new kind of warfare, one where resilience and ingenuity outmatch brute force. What happens next is anyone's guess. Will Russia regroup and try again, or has this failed campaign sealed a turning point on this brutal front? The smoke still rises, but the winds are shifting, and Ukraine's defenders stand ready to write the next chapter. The Kremlin's ambitious ground assault has crumbled. Initially, Russia aimed to establish a buffer zone but ended up incurring staggering losses instead. As their strategies flounder in Sumy, recent satellite imagery showcases a new Ukrainian defensive network, ingeniously crafted trenches dubbed the Small Waterway. Local engineers have meticulously crafted narrow canals, weaving alongside the Deriviani and Troits rivers. Each canal is interconnected with protective earthworks and fortified bridges stationed every 800 meters. This fortification funnel forces Russian armored divisions into a single forest corridor, accessed only by a precarious suspension bridge. The pathway leading to this bridge had been constricted by bulldozers and rigged with hidden explosives. The outcome was catastrophic for a 2-battalion armored convoy, which lost 17 vehicles in just 48 hours and was compelled to retreat. The tide of warfare in Sumy now heavily favors Ukraine. The plight of Russian forces extends beyond Sumy. The Kursk salient has also become a battleground steeped in desperation. Ironically, Russia intended to transform its own territory into a sanctuary, launching rockets from a position of perceived safety. However, Ukrainian UAV units began monitoring the Ivanino-Suja railway network with relentless precision, utilizing Norwegian long-range drones. Within 2 days, 2 fuel wagons were obliterated, severely disrupting railway operations. In a hasty attempt to adapt, Moscow shifted its supply convoys to highways, yet this maneuver backfired. They deployed one-use fixed-wing kamikaze drones. And according to a size report, 38 logistics trucks were disabled by the month's end, diminishing the division's weekly fuel needs by 12%. Ukrainian command issued a stark realization: sometimes it suffices to immobilize an adversary rather than defeat them outright. An estimated 50,000 Russian soldiers, including North Koreans, find themselves cornered in the Kursk Oblast, impotent against the onslaught. Beneath the cover of trees, in open fields, or within various settlements, these soldiers are pinned down, unable to lift their heads from their hiding spots. Constant vigilance from Ukrainian reconnaissance drones has trapped them in a suffocating grip. What will happen next in this high-stakes theater of war? Will the Russian forces regain their footing, or is the time running out on their ambitious plans? The relentless struggle continues, with each side feeling the weight of their decisions. Strategies evolve, pressure mounts, and the battlefield may soon yield unexpected twists. Previously, we saw how Russian troops, including North Korean units, were trapped in the fields and forests of Kursk Oblast. They hid, frozen by fear, under constant surveillance by Ukrainian reconnaissance drones. Unable to lift their heads without risking detection, they became shadows struggling against time and the relentless watchfulness above. Now, the story takes a darker turn. Ukrainian artillery doesn't rest. Day and night, powerful Mars batteries hammer away at the clustered Russian and North Korean forces trapped in the Sumy and Kursk corridors. Imagine this: around 100,000 Russian soldiers caught like rats in a maze, cornered, desperate. But Ukraine refuses to stop there. Add another 50,000 troops trapped across the broader front. The grip tightens. Meanwhile, Donbass remains a pressure cooker. Russia counts on overwhelming artillery barrages, trying to build a wall of fire. Yet Ukraine fights back differently, wielding precision weapons like the US-Swedish MM-270 and HIMARS rocket systems, alongside its homegrown Bodana 155mm guns. This lethal combo methodically hunts down Russian cannons. On a single night in early July, Ukrainian artillery radars locked onto 11 enemy batteries. After only 3 hours of precise, thunderous bombardment, at least 4 Russian artillery positions fell silent. That brief silence was a lifeline for Ukrainian infantry, who slipped through to the eastern slopes of the Siodonetsk Canal. What might seem like a tiny nick on the map translated into a devastating blow. Russian troops had believed Donbass was their refuge, safe and unshakable, but that illusion shattered in the dark. Analysts from SIZE liken this to a balloon slowly losing air through countless tiny holes. A single puncture doesn't just cause a leak, it weakens the entire structure. Ukraine's small, consistent gains across the front line are stretching Russian defenses thin like never before. So how is Ukraine pulling off this relentless pressure? The answer lies in an innovative battle doctrine developed over the spring and summer. Instead of launching a grand, singular offensive, planners aimed for constant, synchronized strikes, pressure cycles, that never let up. When fresh drone squads arrived from Western allies this spring, combined with the hard, cracked earth of the summer heat and harvested fields stripped bare, Ukraine's strategy came alive. No giant battlefield leaps here. The goal is controlled, steady progress, 3 to 5 kilometers a week, but across the entire front line. This slow, grinding advance twists the knife deeper, forcing Russian forces to constantly stretch and expose their weaknesses. Now the question echoes, how long can those trapped soldiers in Kursk endure under this relentless storm? Every crack in their lines whispers a warning, something is about to snap. And when it does, will the entire front collapse like a house of cards, or will a desperate, last-minute counterstrike save them from erasure? The silence before the storm lingers. You can almost hear it, the ominous hum of drones overhead, the distant thunder of artillery never far behind. The next move could change everything. What if the very ground beneath enemy boots became a weapon turning the tide of war? Imagine a battlefield where the earth itself betrays the heaviest armored giants, while swift, nimbler forces slip through unseen paths. This is the reality on the front lines today, where geography and cunning tactics weave a deadly trap few anticipated. Previously, we saw how relentless pressure wears down the opposing forces, forcing them to endure nearly 20 continuous days in trenches, double what's considered sustainable by experts. This relentless rhythm leaves soldiers exhausted, desperate, stuck in a spiral of slow but steady attrition. Now, the question is, how does this exhaustion translate into the bigger picture? How does terrain and morale become the silent killers in this conflict? Russia's hopes for a decisive counterstrike are fading fast. Without knowing where the next blow will strike, they face crippling delays just to bring reinforcements or equipment. Soldiers on the ground reveal a grim reality, requests for backup or supplies come with a hollow answer, wait your turn. But by then, their front lines have narrowed, their footholds shrinking like sand slipping through fingers. Ukraine's advantage isn't just in guns or weapons, it lies deeply engraved in the landscape itself. Near Sumy, tangled river branches become treacherous marshes in the summer drought, halting the mighty BMP-3 vehicles in an eerie stillness. In contrast, Ukrainian light armored units dance effortlessly through these natural swamps, turning impossible terrain into a silent ally. Across the dust-dusted open fields of Donbass, delicate heat haze and marbled landscapes act like natural radar traps. Here, precision strike vehicles execute hit-and-run attacks with dazzling efficiency, striking before vanishing into the shadows. Up north, the battered bridges over the Dnipro River are riddled with mines, turning once vital supply routes into deadly choke points. Kiev's forces also manipulate water levels with cunning precision. By controlling dams, they maintain mini-floods strong enough to wash away Russian temporary bridges. The furious currents swallow these desperate crossings, fueling frustration and delay among their foes. The terrain isn't just a backdrop, it is a weapon reshaping every move. But it's not just ground and rivers that tell this story. Morale cracks deeply within the ranks facing this relentless grind. An economic study shows staggering losses, 31,000 troops gone in just 2 months, totally shattering the idea of a steady conquest. New recruits arrive at the front with hollow eyes, haunted by the memory of relatives still entombed in frozen trenches. The cycle of rotations, the lifeline meant to keep armies fighting, is broken. The wheel is frozen. Fear seeps into every corner. Can you imagine the sound of a soldier's weary breath in a trench, not knowing if relief will come before the enemy's next strike? The heavy smell of dust and sweat as hope crumbles with the fading light. This is not just a battle of weapons, it is a battle waged silently in minds broken by endless waiting and losses piling beyond measure. How long before this unraveling sabotages more than just a front line? How long before shattered morale becomes the collapse of an entire force? The answers lie hidden, lodged within the mud, the broken bridges, and the haunted eyes of those who continue to fight despite it all. The harsh truth on the front lines is staggering. Reports reveal Russian soldiers are trapped in trenches for nearly 19 days straight, almost double the NATO standard of a week to 10 days. Imagine the suffocating heat, swarms of relentless flies buzzing, thirst clawing at your throat, and the creeping shadow of malaria lurking nearby. These aren't just words, they're the grim reality echoed across Russian social media, capturing soldiers' physical and mental torment. Around mid-July, a gripping documentary surfaced, shining a raw light on the tiny village of Andreyka, an unassuming spot caught in a deadly tug-of-war. This battered hamlet has shifted control dozens of times, each flip marking a deeper bleed in Russia's frontline defense. While the world watches the story unfold on screen, Ukrainian drone operators broadcast live views that expose Russian claims as little more than propaganda. Pixel by pixel, second by second, satellite images and frontline videos reveal a crumbling battlefield far removed from Kremlin's boastful announcements. It's a war of narratives as much as of bullets, one where reality breaks through the fog of deception. Behind these images, Russian commanders ramp up their rhetoric, desperate to mask losses and rally faltering troops. Yet, the shaky propaganda reels can't outpace the digital evidence streaming from the skies and front posts. Soldiers endure the chaos firsthand, while their families watch desperate updates that hardly resemble official statements. The frontline's brutal facts erode morale faster than any bullet. In Andreyka, the situation is no less dire. Russian soldiers face crushing attrition while Ukrainian forces press relentless assaults. But even Kyiv wrestles with a precarious balance. Western weapons trickle in cautiously, every shell must count. Should they gamble on a bold breakthrough or methodically grind the enemy down? The debate rages in high command rooms, weighing strategic ambitions against the limits of supply. What emerges is a chilling picture, not a swift conquest, but a grinding attritional war, where even the smallest footholds like the Sumy and Kursk bulges become precious lifelines. Behind the smoke and shouts, an exhausted army fights not just to hold ground, but to stem the tide of collapse. Can this slow-burning battle of endurance determine the fate of a front? Or will it consume those who dare to stand there, day after relentless day? The atmosphere is tense within the war room, where every week the high command debates the pressing strategy. Should they push for a decisive breakthrough or focus on tactical maneuvers? The current trend leans toward exhausting the Russian forces rather than swiftly reclaiming territory. Key areas like Sumy and Kursk may seem minor, yet they serve as critical footholds. This could force Russia to leave its own territory highly vulnerable while the Ukrainian front lines strengthen. But the stakes are high. Each push for ground comes at a cost. A decisive rupture in Donbass could open corridors for movements in spring 2026. For now, Kyiv has chosen a methodical approach, grinding down the Russian war machine with heavy artillery and nimble drones, carefully calculated, and with no rush to advance recklessly into enemy fire. Firestorms rage, and the terrain presents nothing but treacherous paths. Ukraine's offensive resembles a cautious pincer maneuver rather than a full-blown tank rush. The outlines on the map may be small, yet they loom large in the war's psychological landscape. The losses incurred by Russia continue to climb, and the foundation of their morale is crumbling. The propaganda machine struggles to keep pace with the mounting reality of these losses. Rather than a mere stalemate, it is transformed into a suffocating squeeze on Russian forces. British intelligence reports share a chilling perspective. The Russians have reportedly seen their soldier count plummet, with losses exceeding 1 million, including those wounded in combat. The end of summer might bring more heart-wrenching statistics as the Ukrainian army prepares to reinforce its defenses through the winter period, raising the stakes even higher. The pivotal question looms: what will Kyiv choose to do next? Analysts predict that until summer's end, surprise raids into Russian territory will be an ongoing tactic. Such operations are likely to further deplete Russia's essential military components, decimating their ranks of soldiers, fighter jets, air defense systems, tanks, and artillery. The heart of the battle beats louder with each passing day. A panorama of destruction prevails, with the sounds of distant artillery and the acrid smell of smoke filling the air. The time for decisive action is inching closer. Will the tide turn in favor of Ukraine, or will Russia manage to regroup and retaliate? The answer lies in the coming weeks, where every moment counts in this harrowing theater of war. Summary of previous context: Ukraine is expected to continue its surprise attacks, targeting the Russian military assets until the summer ends. This strategy could lead to the depletion of crucial resources such as soldiers, fighter jets, and armored vehicles. The Kremlin might find itself vulnerable as Ukrainian forces seek to capitalize on their gained advantage in earlier confrontations. A chilling wave of panic swept over the Kremlin. The ornate walls of power in Moscow reverberated with alarming news. In one swift night, the elusive hold Putin had on Russian defense collapsed like a fragile house of cards. Ukrainian drones, with their stealth and precision, took to the skies, whispering through the dark pastures of the Russian heartland. The calm before the storm slipped away, replaced by an inferno of flames and chaos. It all began on the night of August 13th. As darkness cloaked the region, unmanned aerial vehicles, expertly coordinated with Ukrainian military intelligence, unleashed a targeted assault on the Anita pumping station in the Bryansk region. This facility was no mere dot on a map, it was a vital artery controlling the flow of oil along the Druzhba pipeline, facilitating its journey toward Europe. Suddenly, the quiet night erupted into chaos. Explosions lit up the sky, akin to fireworks gone awry, piercing through the darkness. Satellite images captured billowing smoke, where moments ago, ordinary life thrived. 2 critical pumps lay wrecked, rendering the pipelines impotent. But Ukraine was just warming up. Fast forward just 5 days. And another strike reverberated through the oil infrastructure. The target this time, Nikoloye Station in the Tambov region. Ukrainian forces utilized precision weaponry, leading to an absolute shutdown of oil flows to Hungary and Slovakia. What's more shocking is the ripple effect these attacks caused. As energy supplies sputtered to a halt, the economies dependent on these resources began to tremble. How did Ukraine manage to corner Putin? As Russian troops digested their losses, questions loomed larger. Could the Ukrainians amplify their tactics? The unexpected twists in military strategy left many leaders scrambling for answers, while at the same time prompting a critical question: how long could Russia withstand this relentless onslaught? As emergency meetings convened amidst looming threats, the world watched. With every bullet fired and every drone launched, the balance of power shifted subtly but unmistakably. The soldiers on the ground sensed the urgency of their mission. Would the Ukrainian strategy hold, or would the Russian juggernaut regroup for one final strike? In this ongoing war of attrition, the battlefield was not just defined by geography, but by sheer will and ingenuity, an unpredictable cocktail that could either solidify Ukraine's newfound dominance or plunge them into unforeseen catastrophe. As shots rang out and strategies clashed, the sun set on the battlefront, leaving a haunting tension that hung in the air. This war was far from over, but who would emerge victorious as the ultimate victor in this relentless confrontation? The answer lurked, waiting in the shadows. Concealed beneath the fervor of strategy and the chaos of conflict. The stakes had never been higher. In this unfolding saga of conflict, a new era of warfare is emerging, not through mighty jets or heavy artillery, but via the subtle yet deadly precision of small drones. These silent assassins, equipped with minimized radar signatures, are slipping through the cracks of Russian defenses, striking at the very core of its energy infrastructure. Just 5 days after a crucial strike, Ukraine targeted the Nikoloye station in the Tambov region, halting oil flows to Hungary and Slovakia. This was no random act, it was part of a deliberate strategy to cripple Russia's lifelines. These small, unassuming drones constitute an entirely different battlefield weapon, one barely noticed until it's too late. Flying under the radar, quite literally, these kamikaze drones operate at low altitudes to evade detection and penetrate even the most fortified air defense systems. Reports indicate that high-precision rocket systems are also being employed, creating a formidable combination that Russia didn't anticipate. The sheer impact of these attacks can be traced through satellite images, where massive blazes illuminate the night sky, signaling the devastation wrought upon key energy hubs. The UNA station in Bryansk and the Nikoloye facility in Tambov are not mere locations, they are crucial arteries of Russia's energy lifeblood. Each successful strike has the power to disrupt the pulse of an entire nation, forcing it into a state of vulnerability. Then came the August 18 assault on the Druzhba pipeline, more than just another exploit in the war of attrition. this strike turned the tide. The Druzhba, the longest oil pipeline in the world, spanning a staggering 9,000 kilometers, was designed to weave a network of European energy dependence. Yet here was Ukraine, flipping the script and shutting off the taps of what was perceived as Russia's strongest card over Europe. Imagine the repercussions: a steel artery critical to Hungary and Slovakia's industries, power generation, and transportation systems, all dependent on the crude oil flowing through this now targeted pipeline. The European Union's ban on Russian oil via maritime routes might have closed off many avenues, but this pipeline remained one of the last treasures in the Kremlin's arsenal. What unfolds next? The fate of entire nations trembles on the brink as the tide of conflict turns. Will Ukraine's strategy prove decisive, or will the retaliatory actions of Russia shift the scales once more? The battle for energy supremacy is just beginning, and every move could echo through history. Every moment is a countdown. How long until the next blow lands? As we look closer at this high-stakes game, the real question remains: how are the tables turning, and who will emerge victorious in this intricate dance of power? The stakes are high, and the narrative is far from over. Imagine a threat so immense that shutting down a single pipeline could plunge entire nations into chaos. Hungary and Slovakia rely almost entirely on one crucial artery for their energy. If it falters, factories grind to a halt, refineries close their doors, and prices soar beyond control. This pipeline isn't just steel and oil, it's the lifeline of Central Europe's economy. For years, the Kremlin wielded it like a hammer over Brussels, signaling, "We control your light, your warmth, your future." But Ukraine shattered this dark promise. The illusion of Russia's energy weapons being untouchable has been violently broken. Now, Moscow's seemingly invincible infrastructure lies exposed, fragile under strikes that are swift and surgical. Here's where it gets chilling. Ukraine isn't relying on sheer force alone. They blend long-range precision launchers, called HIMARS, with relentless drone attacks. Drones seek out targets, infiltrating defenses with silent, unyielding persistence. Then, HIMARS systems deliver devastating pinpoint blows. This ruthless synergy turns pipelines and pumping stations, fixed, massive, and immovable, into sitting ducks. Protecting these titanic facilities would require a fortress of air defenses. Hundreds, maybe thousands of systems to ward off swarms of inexpensive drones. But Russia's resources and troops are already bleeding out on distant battlefronts. The remaining shield is paper-thin at best. The mismatch is staggering. Cheap drones, costing mere hundreds of thousands, rain down destruction that slices through multi-million-dollar Russian assets. Every strike chips away at Russia's grip on energy supply, and with every hit, Moscow's vulnerability becomes more glaring. This battle isn't only fought with tanks and troops but with relentless precision, where the battlefield stretches across pipelines, pumping stations, and satellite command centers. An asymmetric war where few drones send shockwaves costing millions, and the weight of entire nations hangs on fragile steel veins. Could Russia withstand the pressure if one blow disables a single critical station? Could Central Europe endure months without oil flowing through these veins? The answer is no, and that is the secret weapon Ukraine exploits with devastating effect. Imagine a weapon so small, so silent, that it can cripple a multi-billion-dollar empire's lifeline without ever crossing the skies in a massive bomber. This is not science fiction. It's the brutal new reality of warfare, where handfuls of drones wield power that once belonged only to giant missiles or endless waves of aircraft. How can tiny unmanned machines bring a sprawling energy empire to its knees? The answer lies deep in the heart of a conflict that's reshaping the rules of battle. In previous moments, we saw how relentless pressure on frontline troops is wearing down the enemy inch by inch. Now, behind those battles, a quieter but no less devastating war is raging, one fought not with tanks or artillery, but with drones striking at the very veins that feed a country's economy. One single strike on a critical pumping station in the Druzhba pipeline sent shockwaves far beyond the battlefield. Moscow's daily revenue took a hit worth tens of millions of dollars. And unlike costly missile launches, these drone attacks cost only a fraction of that to execute. This imbalance is tilting the scales sharply in Kiev's favor. Every time Moscow dispatches repair crews, transports spare parts, and patches the damage, the threat looms anew. The repairs are fragile, temporary. In the silence that follows, the hum of drones can return at any moment, keeping a constant shadow of risk over the Kremlin's energy flow. This isn't just about lost revenue, it's a ticking bomb in Russia's budget planning, a crisis that could unravel the financial backbone of the war effort. The energy infrastructure, once seen as an untouchable fortress, is now a vulnerable bullseye for cheap, smart attacks. What's terrifying for Moscow is that these energy hubs are among the most expensive targets to defend but the cheapest to strike. The disparity is staggering, millions lost per attack versus mere thousands spent on drones. The Kremlin's most powerful economic weapon against Europe, its grip on energy supplies, is slipping through its fingers. Once regarded as a near-invincible asset, the Soviet-era system pumping life into the Russian economy now trembles under the relentless drone offensive. The ripple effect was immediate. Across Europe, panic spread when the pipelines flow to Hungary and Slovakia suddenly stopped. Refineries went on high alert. Budapest voiced its alarm. This was more than a temporary disruption, it was a strategic blow that exposed a vulnerability nobody expected. The mighty energy artery that Moscow relied on for years was suddenly in the sights of a new kind of warfare. A few drones had shattered not just pipes and pumps, but the illusion of invincibility. This silent siege reveals a stark truth: the future of conflict is not just fought in trenches or on open fields. It's fought in the invisible battles of technology, economy, and endurance. When a handful of unmanned vehicles can dismantle the financial pulse of a superpower, what does that say about the power balance in modern war? The question lingers like the faint hum of drones in a dark sky: who truly holds the upper hand when the weapons become small but their impact, colossal? In a gripping turn of events, the conflict in Ukraine reveals unexpected vulnerabilities within the Russian military and economy. The situation escalated dramatically when a single, precise strike on a pumping station sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Panic gripped Hungary and Slovakia as oil supplies halted, leaving refineries on high alert. This incident illustrated how deeply interconnected energy supplies and military might truly are. For nations dependent on the Druzhba pipeline, this is not merely a conduit for oil, it represents the lifeblood of their economies. The repercussions of the strike extend far beyond temporary disruptions, highlighting once again the fragility of the Kremlin's financial infrastructure. Support for Russia's military campaign, primarily funded through oil and gas revenue, is now exposed as a strategic weakness. With every spent hour following the attack, millions evaporate from Russian coffers, showcasing the true cost of vulnerability in warfare. What's hauntingly clear is that the pipeline, previously seen as an impenetrable asset, can be rendered useless within a single night by a handful of well-executed drone strikes. This shift represents a critical turning point, transforming the narrative of power in this war. The Hungarian government explicitly emphasized the assault on their energy security in a bold message to Moscow. Similarly, Slovakia echoed these sentiments, underlining a collective vulnerability that Russia desperately sought to mask. As the Kremlin hastily dispatched crews to repair and restore operations, a chilling thought emerged: their most important artery transporting oil to Europe had been compromised not by heavy artillery but by the ingenuity and determination of their opponent. The repercussions of this incident signal not just an energy crisis but potentially a strategic calamity. With contracts thrown into chaos and oil left stranded in storage, Russia faces a cash flow nightmare that threatens to undermine its military operations and overall stability. The drumbeat of uncertainty and tension pounds in the background, echoing the question: what if this attack precipitates a broader, more organized campaign against Russia's energy infrastructure? The underlying implication is clear: the intricate web of energy dependence that once gave the Kremlin confidence in its power has suddenly become its Achilles heel. As this clash of strategies unfolds, the foundation of Putin's military might hangs perilously in the balance. Will this be the moment that reshapes the battlefield forever? The air is thick with anticipation, and every second counts in this high-stakes game of survival. In the grim theater of war, where every moment counts and the fragile balance of power hangs in the air, the news from the front lines sent shockwaves not only through military ranks but also into the very heart of Moscow. As Russian troops crumble under pressure, the once imposing force is reduced to scattering remnants on the battlefield. Ukrainian advances are relentless, ignited by a clever blend of technology and tactical ingenuity. But what happens when the stakes become not just about victory or defeat, but the very lifeblood of a nation? Imagine this: as the clock ticks, crucial oil supplies meant to fuel Putin's war machine are trapped like prey in an intricate web of conflict. Perceptions of Russia's dominance in energy markets shatter like glass underfoot. What if I told you that, with the simplest of drone strikes, Ukraine could silence a multi-billion-dollar pipeline in the blink of an eye? As the flames rise, visible from miles away, countries depending on Russian energy, including Belarus and Hungary, feel the heat. With every hour that passes post-attack, millions vanish, and the lifelines of contracts slip into uncertainty. Refineries panic, scrambling for alternatives, and Belarus finds itself at a breaking point. Without Russian crude, Lukashenko's regime teeters on the edge of chaos. The flow of fuel to front lines snaps, tanks freeze in place, and air operations falter. The Kremlin's energy security card turns into a joker, leaving Europe and investors wary of a key player whose facade is now transparently fragile. But the unfolding crisis doesn't stop there. The recent barrage aimed at a pumping station serves as a stark reminder of how interconnected these nations are. As satellite images capture bursts of fire, they illuminate a terrifying vulnerability. The interruptions threaten not just borders but the very structure of economies that hinge on these energy supplies. If Belarus's refineries falter, the spiraling costs of diesel and gas ripple outward, halting transport and industry and gutting export revenues. The lifeline that fuels a regime threatens to snap, turning allies into spectators of a brewing disaster. Are we witnessing the dawn of the endgame in Belarus and Russia? The stakes have never been higher, the implications for stability loom larger than ever. What desperate measures might the Kremlin and its allies resort to as economic foundations begin to crumble? The countdown has begun. Just moments ago, I told you how a single strike on energy facilities could blow a hole in Minsk's budget, paralyzing Belarus's fuel balance and pushing prices through the roof. Now, imagine being trapped between two impossible choices: cling to Moscow's fragile promises or gamble on costly alternatives that might shatter your country's fragile stability. In this tangled web, Belarusian leader Lukashenko faces a painful truth. His nation's survival hinges entirely on Moscow's growing, and unreliable, support. This is not just an energy crisis, it's a political crossroads that threatens to unravel the entire regime. Dependence has morphed into weakness. Every hour that passes tightens Moscow's grip, while Belarus slowly slips toward instability. But the ripple doesn't stop there. Turn your gaze to Hungary, a nation caught in its own urgent energy nightmare. Hungary's lifeblood runs through the Druzhba pipeline, fueling refineries and powering industry. When that pipeline halted abruptly on August 18, panic swept across Budapest. Could one severed artery bring a nation to its knees? The answer came loud and clear: yes. There's a supposed fallback, shipping oil by tanker across the Adriatic Sea. But reality bites hard. This option is a costly burden, slow and limited by inflexible infrastructure. It can never replace Druzhba's vital flow. Prices soar. Delivery times drag on. Budapest's energy backbone trembles. Caught in the eye of this storm is Prime Minister Orbán, Europe's staunch Kremlin ally. For years, he danced on the edge of sanctions, maneuvering to keep ties open with Moscow. Yet now, as the pipeline falters, his bets unravel. The veneer of security shatters. Orbán's most trusted ally has left him stranded, facing a political backlash at home. Critics roar louder every day. Business leaders, industrial lobbyists, opposition voices, they all condemn the deadly cost of dependence on Moscow. We paid the price for years of loyalty, they declare. Factories scramble to adjust. Prices climb. Markets shake. Meanwhile, neighboring Slovakia treads carefully, but Hungary's economy, more fragile, more vulnerable, feels the harshest blow. For Orbán, this is no abstract crisis. It's a double nightmare. Energy security crumbles at home, and his political standing unravels under pressure. Can Hungary break free from this vice grip? Or will this energy crisis become the spark that ignites political upheaval? The clock is ticking. The heat is rising. And the fate of an entire government hangs in the balance. What happens next might just change the course of the region forever. Earlier, we saw how shifting energy politics rattled Central Europe, turning Hungary's position into a high-stakes balancing act between Moscow and Brussels. That tension now threatens more than economies, it jeopardizes entire regimes. But what if I told you the damage reaches far beyond wallets and pipelines? What happens when a war's ripple shatters trust at the core of a superpower's war machine? The energy lifeline feeding Moscow's military ambitions is fraying like never before. Prime Minister Orbán faces an impossible choice: cling to the Kremlin and risk his nation's energy fragility, or pivot toward Brussels and suffer crushing costs for alternative supplies. Every step tightens Central Europe's chokehold on energy dependency, while Belarus teeters precariously, its regime stability rattled. From Putin's vantage point, this unraveling pipeline is no minor nuisance, it's a nightmare that eats away at Moscow's credibility as a reliable energy supplier. The Druzhba pipeline's flow was partially restored after Ukrainian strikes, but that's only the beginning of the crisis. Losing oil isn't the half of it. The trust that underpins global energy markets has been deeply shaken. Markets now price in the risk of repeated disruptions. Each downtime triggers a cascade: refineries retooling entire production schedules, shipping timetables unraveling, insurance premiums climbing sky-high as doubts loom. Is this pipeline truly safe? Energy doesn't trade on supply and demand alone. It's sold on stability and certainty. When a single station is hit, the specter of the next strike shadows every contract and freight agreement. Moscow's challenge isn't just lost millions, it's a profound loss of long-term trust and reputation. Ukraine's attack exposed the fault lines beneath Russia's energy exports, revealing a fragile empire whose foundation trembles under the weight of war and uncertainty. What could this mean for a conflict where fuel powers guns and trust fuels alliances? Can a war machine survive when the veins feeding it are clogged with suspicion and breakdown? The answer could change the course of this conflict, and reshape the geopolitical chessboard forever. Previously, we saw how a single strike against critical infrastructure doesn't just cause a brief disruption. It sends shockwaves that erode Moscow's long-term credibility. Energy markets despise uncertainty, and Ukraine's bold attacks have exposed just how vulnerable Russia's energy exports truly are. Now, major European buyers and global investors face a harrowing question: can they still count on this vital flow of oil? Doubt alone is enough to send cracks through the Kremlin's heftiest cash machine. Central Europe feels this pain most sharply. Countries like Slovakia and Hungary lean almost entirely on the Druzhba pipeline. Their factories hum, their lights flicker on, and their transport networks rely on its steady pulse. Yes, alternative routes exist, but they are costly, complicated, and frankly, inadequate. The pipeline outage has torn away any illusion of security, exposing these nations' fragile dependence in brutal detail. For years, Moscow played a dangerous game with this lifeline. It was a dual weapon, both a golden goose feeding its war chest and a geopolitical hammer hanging over Europe's neck. If this pipeline stops, you'll be plunged into darkness. That chilling promise was one of the Kremlin's strongest cards. But Ukraine's strikes have shattered that illusion forever. Now, the world knows the pipeline can be severed at any moment. That knowledge alone rips apart Moscow's carefully built deterrence. Inside Russia, the aftermath is a tense storm brewing beneath the surface. Energy firms beg to fix broken pipes. Engineers cry out for pumps and transformers. Meanwhile, security forces demand thicker shields, air defenses to warn off drones and sabotage teams. But there's a brutal catch: every ruble spent guarding the pipeline is a ruble stolen from ammunition and tanks on the front lines. The Kremlin faces an impossible choice: protect vital energy arteries or fuel the war machine. It can't do both without risking collapse. As this bitter tug-of-war intensifies, cracks spread beyond Moscow's control. Regional power brokers jockey for influence. The security apparatus clamors louder for resources. The war budget swells, but so do fears it may unravel. The standoff deepens political risks, and shakes the very foundation of Putin's grip on power. What happens when survival demands impossible choices? Can a fractured Kremlin hold together under such relentless pressure? The stakes have never been higher. As night falls over the Kremlin's inner sanctums, a silent question lingers: which will break first, the energy lifelines or the war effort? The answer could change the course of a deadly conflict forever. As the battle for survival rages on, a silent war unfolds behind the scenes, one that threatens to tear apart the very foundations of Moscow's war effort. The energy sector, once thought to be untouchable, now sends a stark warning to the Kremlin: if these relentless attacks on vital infrastructure persist, balancing the war budget will become impossible. On the other side, security forces demand more funds to defend a network under siege. But there's a brutal catch: this is a zero-sum game where winning one means losing the other. The Dujba pipeline stands repaired after each strike, yet its location remains vulnerable, a fixed target on the map. Every hit reignites fierce disputes within Russia's corridors of power. What might seem like just a few days of disrupted supply is, in fact, a much wider crisis. Ukraine's precision strikes send a chilling message not only to Moscow but all across Europe: Russia's energy leverage, once its unchallenged weapon, can be severed at any moment. The pipelines fueling Moscow's war chest, the essential lifeblood that supports tanks, troops, and artillery, now tremble on the edge of collapse. The backbone of Putin's strategy is cracking. This isn't just about battlefield losses anymore. It's a war of resources, of finances bleeding out behind the scenes. Soldiers on the front line wait endlessly for ammunition while the Kremlin's coffers dry up. Each successful strike on the Dujba pipeline makes the Russian war machine gasp harder for air. For Moscow's closest allies, figures like Orban and Lysenko, this is a brutal wake-up call. The so-called energy security they counted on is nothing but a fragile illusion. Belarus's refineries could falter overnight, Hungary could plunge into blackout within days. What once seemed a symbol of Russian might now balances perilously on a thread about to snap. The conclusion is as simple as it is terrifying: shutting off the taps overnight is easy, but once trust fractures, the cost of conflict rises with every passing moment. Then, as if pulling the curtain on a grim new reality, a blackout of unseen scale sweeps across the map. Not only do the Black Sea cities in Russia's western regions fall into darkness, but the entire front line is swallowed by a shadowy silence. Communication falters. Command and control vanish. The energy network, once the invisible backbone of Putin's war plan, has been sent into an abyss. What does this blackout mean for the Russian army's grip on the battlefield? Can a war machine survive when its lifelines to fuel, ammo, and command crumble into nothingness? And as Moscow's elite scramble to patch the holes in their crumbling war budget, how long until the entire front plunges into chaos? The war has shifted, far beyond the roar of artillery and the rattle of armored vehicles. It now pulses in the faint flicker of failing power grids, and in the ticking clock counting down to an unraveling that no amount of firepower can fix. On the night of July 26, 2025, a seemingly ordinary factory in Stavro Krai became the epicenter of a catastrophic blow to Russia's military infrastructure. The electronic warfare facility, typically nestled safely 500 kilometers behind the front lines, was reduced to smoldering ruins by a calculated drone strike that sent shockwaves from Crimea to Kursk. But how did a couple of drones wreak such havoc? Was it merely luck, or was there something deeper at play? As the flames illuminated the night sky, 2 drones plunged into the heart of a facility crucial for maintaining Russia's electronic dominance, delivering explosive payloads designed to disrupt communications. While the factory's products are not inherently destructive, their role in the military's network made them invaluable. The very foundation of the electronic warfare apparatus had been shattered. Picture this: the facility, surrounded by defenses believed to be impenetrable, was caught off guard. Russian commanders relied heavily on their air defense systems, including the Tor and Panzer radars, constant sentinels patrolling the skies. But on that fateful night, the attackers utilized a cunning strategy, deploying small jamming drones as a decoy. Time slipped away as the radar operators struggled to discern between actual threats and mere flocks of birds. The Russian Defense Ministry boasted about intercepting 54 drones, yet shockingly, they admitted none were shot down over Stavropol. How could this be? Analysis from open-source signals revealed an unexpected phenomenon: a wideband interference blanketing the radar systems, rendering them ineffective against the approaching swarm. The Russian air defenses became ghosts in the fog of war, unable to react. This pivotal moment illuminated more than just a tactical failure. It revealed vulnerabilities in Russia's extensive military apparatus. As the invisible network at the heart of Putin's war plan flickered out of existence, the fallout from this attack reshaped the landscape of the conflict. What began as a mere industrial strike cascaded into a full-blown operational nightmare, rerouting the fortunes of battles across a vast front. Each hour that ticked by increased the cost of war, as trust wavered and uncertainties multiplied. By paralyzing vital communication lines, this strike turned the Russian military's most fortified region into a realm of confusion and disarray. As Ukrainian forces seized the narrative, the morale of the troops on the ground shifted like the winds of war, leaving commanders scrambling for solutions while panic loomed within their ranks. Amidst the debris, the echoes of that night continued to resonate, a haunting reminder of a miscalculated battle that quickly spiraled out of control. What will the next steps be for a military brought to its knees by this flurry of audacity? How long can the Russian forces remain effective when the heart of their command is gasping for breath? The stage is set for a showdown that could redefine the course of this relentless conflict. But the story is far from over. How will the Russian military respond after this strike? What hidden depths of warfare have yet to be uncovered? The air is thick with tension as both sides gear up for the next phase of an ongoing saga that could change everything. The unexpected silence over Stavropol left many puzzled. Why were so many hostile drones suddenly invisible to Russia's advanced Pantsir S-1 and Tom-2K radars? Open-source intelligence captured something strange at the time: a broad sweep of wireless interference flooding the area. It wasn't just random noise. It was a carefully orchestrated electronic blackout, triggered by a swarm of low-power jammers shadowing kamikaze drones, disrupting radar signals so thoroughly that tiny targets vanished without a trace. Imagine a target so small, a radar cross-section barely 0.05 square meters, that with signal noise kept under 6 decibels, it simply dissolves into the electromagnetic fog. Out of sight, out of mind. What happened next at the heart of the factory? Leaks reveal a devastating blow. 12 advanced foreign-made, computerized cutting machines were rendered useless. The very first building struck was the rare parts department, the nerve center housing 5-axis milling machines equipped with imported servo motors and diamond precision microchip cutters. These machines, installed just a few years ago via purchases from South Korea and Taiwan, came to a sudden halt. None of their crucial chassis parts could be swapped or replaced due to crippling international sanctions. This wasn't a minor setback. The fire sparked by the drone's impact melted servo control boards inside the machinery's hardened cases, silencing production lines for weeks. Even if firefighters managed to quench the flames quickly, the damage was irreversible in the short term. But the factory's suffering did not end there. The second catastrophe struck the radio frequency calibration wing. This isolated section, shielded by silver-plated walls designed to trap any radio waves, housed high-power amplifiers used in jamming devices and missile systems. The explosion unleashed by the attack destroyed hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of specialized equipment: vacuum chamber gaskets, gold-plated coaxial connectors, precision oscillators, turned to dust and ash in an instant. The signal generator, essential for calibrating jammers, was silenced forever in that blast. So, what exactly were these mysterious drones? Ukraine has yet to officially name them. Footage circulating online hints at a strange hybrid resembling Iran's Shahid family, but with unmistakable aerodynamic differences. They carry dual-fuel tanks, cruise slowly but boast an extended operational range, and can carry around a 12-kilogram bomb, just enough to cripple the most critical parts of a factory with pinpoint accuracy. Could this be the dawn of a new silent warfare? Swarms of electronic ghosts, accompanied by low-cost drone weapons, carving deep wounds inside tightly guarded industrial hubs? The clash between cutting-edge jamming tactics and rapid drone strikes is reshaping the battlefield in ways no one saw coming. What secrets remain hidden in the shadows of this assault? And how far will this invisible war stretch as these silent killers continue to exploit every chink in the armor? The answers lie in the haunting silence left behind over Stavropol, and the smoldering ruins of a once thriving factory now echoing with destruction. In the midst of a war that seems to drag on endlessly, the front lines hold secrets and strategies that shift daily. As Russian troops lose their grip on key territories, the balance of power is becoming more evident. The strategic towns of Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk are under immense pressure, and the chances of Russia maintaining its hold there appear slim. Reports indicate that the number of Russian soldiers capable of effectively engaging has diminished significantly. But what does this mean for the future of the conflict? With the mechanics of warfare shifting drastically, the Russian military is adapting from large-scale, combined assaults to fragmented skirmishes. This not only weakens their presence but also exposes them to relentless attacks from Ukrainian forces employing FPV drones, electronic warfare, and long-range strikes targeting logistical hubs. The Ukrainian military has transformed its tactics into a lethal precision operation, effectively countering Russia's mechanized units and forcing them into disarray. Consider the chilling reality: on a single day, the Ukrainians are launching up to 150 drone attacks. Reports suggest that they have neutralized a staggering 85% of the Russian UAVs, indicating a well-executed strategy. Every loss for the Russians translates into heightened vulnerability, as their crucial command and control links crumble under the weight of coordinated Ukrainian offensives. The situation in Toretsk illustrates this clearly. Here, elements of the 150th and 20th Motorized Divisions have bombarded the area incessantly but have failed to achieve a breakthrough. In contrast, Ukrainian forces are proving adept at disrupting their advances, with the front line becoming a deadly game of cat and mouse. A single incident from late July saw a colossal convoy of 71 vehicles, including tanks and armored personnel carriers, reduced to a mere fraction of its might, underscoring the alarming attrition rate faced by Russian forces. But the stakes rise even higher when we zoom in on a key maneuver that took place between August 12 and 15. Russian forces attempted to launch small infiltration units to stretch the Ukrainian defenses. Instead of succeeding, they found themselves met with swift retribution. Ukrainian forces, bolstered by reserves and enhanced firepower, pushed back the infiltrators almost immediately. As President Zelensky announced significant advancements, the loss of Russian technical prowess became palpably clear. What makes the Pokrovsk front so vital? Apart from its geographical significance, it serves as a decisive logistical intersection. If taken, the entire backline could shatter. Yet, Ukrainian command is equally matched, determined to keep pressing, rallying reinforcements to hold the line. But how do the tactics differ now? Azov fighters, known for their disciplined modular strategies, employ drone surveillance and electronic warfare to dictate the rhythm of battle. As the accuracy of strikes becomes paramount, disruptions to signal and command systems revolutionize the battlefield dynamic. As Kyiv targets the very heart of Russian drone manufacturing, the ramifications are monumental. Each second counts. As delays in fire command could mean the difference between life and death on the front lines. What happens when the intricate webs of communication and control begin to unravel? How long can the Russian military withstand the seismic shifts occurring on the ground? The clock is ticking. Previously, we saw how a single disruption in communication can tip the scales on a battlefield measured in seconds. When a Mars rocket hits its target, a tank shifts position in 15 seconds. Artillery reloads in the same blink. Delay the signal, and suddenly a window opens wide for shock and surprise. Kyiv's strategy: cut the signal, cut the war, struck at the very nerve center powering the Russian offensive. But this wasn't just a haphazard strike on some ammunition depot hidden behind the lines. Ukraine went deeper, aiming straight at the unseen backbone that gives the Russian forces their edge. Imagine it this way: the front line's Poly-21 jammers disrupt the GPS targeting of Ukraine's guided rockets. Destroy the source of those jammers, and suddenly the enemy's curtain of interference flakes away. Ukraine's missiles regain the piercing accuracy that jammers once stole. This strategic sabotage effectively tells Moscow, your missiles will miss more, and we will strike truer. In today's fast-paced warfare, a 5-second delay is a lifetime. That's the window where an MQ-9 Reaper drone can survey 300 meters, a Leopard tank crew reloads its cannon, or a HIMARS artillery battery executes its evade routine. Losing even that sliver of time causes chaos. Reports from the front reveal more frequent warnings about delayed and mistimed fire. The enemy's rhythm stutters, their responses grow sluggish. Why launch this precise attack now? Timing is everything. Earlier in July, talks in Istanbul offered a flicker of hope. Prisoner exchanges and a proposed Black Sea commercial corridor hinted at de-escalation. Moscow shattered this fragile ceasefire with a volley of missiles targeting Odessa's heart. Kyiv's counter was swift and brutal. First, a series of drones razed the Lysychenko refinery in Sochi, crippling a vital economic lifeline. Then came a blow to Russia's command nerve centers, striking deep into their control systems. This was a calculated double-edged strike, crippled the enemy's income while tearing apart their command network. Moscow's attempts to disrupt Black Sea traffic and threaten Odessa may have shaken Kyiv in the short term, but long term? Every missile wave from Russia risks being answered by swarms of lethal drones hunting their forces at home. The chessboard of this war just flipped, and analysts aren't calling it an accident. They see a bold, strategic checkmate unfolding. What seemed like random destruction unravels a chilling reality. War today is fought in Wi-Fi signals, in silenced transmissions, in milliseconds where milliseconds mean survival or collapse. Can Moscow recover the lost tempo? Or is this the beginning of a new phase where Ukraine takes full control not just of the battlefield, but of the war's very heartbeat? The next moves will decide if Russia can plug the holes in its armored heart, or if those very holes will swallow its entire offensive. Imagine a game of chess where one player has slowly shut down the clock on their opponent. Every move is squeezed by time, every strategy forced under pressure. This is exactly what Kyiv did by severing Russia's communication lines, tightening the noose on command continuity. But it's not just about lost signals, it's the unmasking of a shadowy fortress built decades ago, reborn under Putin's eyes, now crumbling under drones and sanctions. Back in 1971, the Soviets designed a secret installation cloaked in civilian disguise. It was meant to safeguard electronic operations, an invisible layer shielding defense orders from prying eyes. Thought abandoned, this complex was resurrected during the Kremlin's recent years, managed under Rostek Holding. By late 2020, it turned out staggering numbers: 500 tactical jammers, 200 wideband antenna systems, and 60,000 crypto modules every year. Quietly relentless. When the invasion began, Russian officials boasted of unbreakable electronic warfare supremacy. Their factories hummed endlessly, machinery producing components round the clock. Yet, then came a shattering blow. A precise attack, silent but devastating, rendered countless circuit board scraps, exposing fatal cracks in covert supply routes for Western parts. Sanctions marked this facility long ago, but what no one foresaw was how drones, armed with pinpoint strike capabilities, would become enforcers of those very embargoes. Was this risk ignored? Or was it a calculated gamble by Kyiv, betting that peace negotiations would stall, and sanctions would bite deeper? Ukrainian forces had the reach all along. But the moment they chose to strike was critical, painstakingly timed. Today, Russia's summer offensive lies in ruins. Elite units and defense networks retreat, hiding deep within Crimea's edges. Even the most powerful voices shout warnings, an urgent countdown, 10 days remain, they say. The clock ticks inexorably. This is more than a setback, it's a masterstroke of timing and precision, revealing vulnerabilities beneath Russia's armored facade. It's a turning point where old secrets meet new technology and where every second lost is a step closer to unraveling a titan. What does this mean for the battles yet to come? Could silence and shadows decide the fate of an entire front? Stay with us to unravel what unfolds next in this high-stakes game. What if a secret drone army was quietly reshaping the fate of a war? Imagine a flood of tiny, relentless machines swarming the skies, backed by powerful new gadgets that choke enemy defenses. How does a nation build such a force, and what happens when it finally strikes? The answer lies in a story of innovation, resilience, and a silent revolution unfolding just beyond the headlines. In the previous chapter, we saw a shattered defense line in Crimea, where Russian forces vanished into remote corners. Time was running out for Moscow, with a ticking clock whispered by an unexpected voice. The timing of a daring strike hinted at a master plan, precise, calculated, and ruthless. Now, the spotlight turns to Ukraine's secret weapon, an unprecedented surge in drone production. By June, the country was producing over 1 million drones a year. This isn't just about tiny flying gadgets. Alongside swarms of fast, agile FPV drones, sophisticated long-range turbojet drones, known as Madrid class, began rolling off assembly lines. These machines don't rely on Western navigation or imported engines. Instead, they run on modified civilian aviation engines sourced from Turkey, Poland, and Taiwan. This clever supply chain bypasses the risks of Chinese embargoes and keeps the engines humming no matter what. This wave of drones isn't a random surge. The recent electronic warfare assault was the debut of this new drone platform strength. The message was clear: we can reach you. And we will. The attack's impact on Crimea was subtle but seismic. It targeted the RTU-518 PGM jamming units, 150 produced yearly to protect the powerful S-400 air defense battalions near Sevastopol. If these units stop arriving, Crimea's defenses will crumble into a desperate scavenger hunt for spare parts. This collapse opens the door for new, more daring attacks. Imagine missile-carrying drones swarming the Kerch Strait Bridge or hitting the critical Fodia logistics port. Intelligence from both the Pentagon and Royal Navy has warned for months: Crimea's shield is stretched thin, and the electronic warfare backbone is cracking. Now, that backbone is breaking apart. Even more striking, every Russian vessel entering the Black Sea depends on Muram-M jamming modules supplied from Stavropol. A delay in deliveries could strip these ships down to just Casco radar. Without their electronic guard, they become vulnerable. This weakness might encourage civilian shipping companies, wary of the Black Sea's dangers, to take a chance, giving Odessa's economy a much-needed breather. Ukraine's official silence on these developments only adds to the intrigue. Is this quiet calm the eye of the storm, the build-up before the next wave? The battlefield is shifting beneath everyone's feet. How long before this drone revolution changes everything? The answer is already in the skies, humming with relentless energy. In the unfolding drama of Eastern Europe, a clandestine battle rages below the surface, one that grips the balance of power in the region. Russian forces are now crumbling, losing soldiers by the day at the front lines of Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk. As President Putin's ambitions to seize these strategic locations begin to falter, the chilling indicators tell a stark story: the Russian military is weakening. Every corner of the battlefield is transformed into a haunting landscape of desolation and despair. Ukrainian troops are leveraging advanced tactics, deploying drones and carrying out precision strikes to decimate the remnants of Russian command structures. Reports highlight a harrowing image: a Ukrainian soldier in Pokrovsk noting that Russian forces expend up to 150 first-person view drones each day, which is contrasted by Ukraine's claim of having neutralized up to 85% of Russian UAVs. The invaders find their armor exposed and vulnerable, their once formidable advances replaced by desperate tactics involving small motorcycle teams. As the chaos spirals, the condition of the three Russian armies appears dire. Scattered remnants of mechanized units, no longer a force to be reckoned with, struggle to regroup. A staggering account reveals a massive convoy where armored vehicles barely account for 1/4 of the total, the rest being motorcycles meant for marginal skirmishes. The documented attrition rate indicates a devastating loss, 35 to 50% of operational vehicles out of commission, leaving thousands of soldiers exposed and overwhelmed. In a desperate attempt to maintain their grip on power, the Russian command launched an assault north of Pokrovsk, expecting a breakthrough. Yet, as fate would have it, the ground shifted beneath their feet. Azov fighters turned the tide with cunning ambushes that unsettled Russian troops, forcing them to retreat in disarray. How had the tide changed so swiftly? Observers noted the numerical and morale shift, the Russian dream of a strategic victory crumbling within just 2 days. But what makes Pokrovsk such a coveted prize? It's not merely a point on a map. This city acts as a vital nexus, tying supply routes together. Control over it could spell disaster for Ukrainian logistics. Recognizing its importance, Ukraine swiftly reinforced its defenses, establishing a dual-pronged pressure strategy that weighed down the Russian front. The landscape became a battlefield not of just bodies but of wills, as Ukrainian troops fortified their positions, preparing for the inevitable clash. The tactical method employed by Azov revealed a shift from sheer force to finesse. They capitalized on reconnaissance, weaving intricate strategies that utilized drones and infantry units. The result? Disruption in Russian communication and mobility, leading to them being outplayed on their own map of operations. Each moment became a pulse in the rhythm of warfare, where every second could reshape the outcome. As hours melted into days, the battlefield was alive with the sounds of uncertainty. The clash of metal, the staccato rhythm of gunfire, and the scent of scorched earth painted a grim picture. The Kremlin's narrative of invulnerability shattered as reports of their retreat from various positions intensified. How long can they hold on to their dwindling power? With each new day, the resolve strengthens in Ukraine, a nation determined to reclaim its lands. The stage is set, but the ultimate outcome remains suspended in the balance. Will Ukraine seize the moment, or can the Russian regime reinvent itself amidst chaos? The answers lie on the horizon, in the hearts of those fighting for freedom. The Kremlin claims each strike against its defenses is barely a scratch. Yet, as resources get stretched thin between concrete bunkers and electronic warfare gear, holding dominance on the battlefield becomes far more complex. What happens when the shield protecting massive missile systems loses its eyes and ears? A dangerous game unfolds. On Ukraine's front, morale and strategy are rising sharply. Russia's cruise missiles once held dread power, but that has dropped noticeably. Why? Because fresh Patriot missile batteries from the United States now guard the skies. Alongside them, Germany's Sky Shield air defense system forms a formidable barrier. Russia tries to drown out these defenses with jamming, but it's only dimming signals, not silencing them. Picture this, a Lancet kamikaze drone detected by Ukrainian radars 8.5 kilometers away, a precious 8 to 10 seconds to react, to defend, to stay alive. Now, if the production line in Stavropol grinds to a halt, that radar range shrinks. Without new marker modules reaching the front, that detection distance could shrink to just 9.2 kilometers. It sounds slight, but it means losing critical seconds, and those seconds can mean disaster. On the money side, the loss cuts deep. The signal factory alone brings in $1.3 billion each month. Stop production for just 1 month, that's $1/8 billion lost, and exports flatline. The high-tech parts fueling this factory came mostly on credit. Damage now risks default on loans. To prevent collapse, the Russian central bank might scramble billions of rubles into a rescue package, money pulled straight from a budget already straining under social demands. Expect pensions to dip again, public frustration to rise, as essential social spending takes a hit. Russia stands with few options left. Striking Ukraine's Antonov factory with tactical ballistic missiles isn't a fix, the site lies in ruins already. Meanwhile, Ukraine has cleverly spread its drone manufacturing across numerous workshops, far beyond a single target. Should Russia try to push back by stretching the front line with a vast buffer zone, it risks thinning its own forces. In effect, tightening one gap may open another. Can the Kremlin juggle these mounting pressures? Or will the cracks in its system widen into chasms that swallow entire battalions? As Ukraine sharpens its eyes in the sky and tightens its grip down below, the invisible war of radar, signals, and steel is tipping the scales. In a conflict where every second counts, what will the next move be? The answers lie shrouded just beyond the horizon. The fight to control the front lines has turned into a silent war of shadows and signals. Let's rewind for a moment. Russia's hopes to regain strength by hitting key targets have backfired. The once mighty Tana factory in Kiev, supposed to be a bastion of tactical ballistic missiles, lies in ruins. Ukraine's drone production has scattered across countless small workshops, making it harder to cripple. Attempting to stretch the front line with a wide buffer zone would only drain Russian forces further, exposing them to deeper vulnerabilities. Now, the remaining path for Russia is clear yet grim: fortify internal defenses. But with Brent crude oil prices stuck around $95, there's no magic pot of gold to fund steel, concrete, radars, and missile stockpiles all at once. The devastating strike on Stavropol didn't just damage a facility, it severed the lifeline of Russia's electronic edge by choking off the flow of money fueling it. Imagine a massive machine with three crucial gears: fuel, logistics, and electronics. Ukraine's strategy over the last 3 months has been to sabotage each gear, one strike at a time. When the Lysyl refinery went up in flames, tank columns stalled, waiting for fuel that never came. The blockade of the Novorossisk railway junction delayed vital ammunition trains. And after the Stavropol explosion, spare parts stopped flowing, freezing repairs in their tracks. Each of these blows is not random, they're calculated moves to dismantle the Russian army's claim to unstoppable momentum. Ukraine's goal is clear: grind down the enemy's ability to fight a prolonged war. One strike might buy a day's breathing room, but relentless waves of attacks stretch advantage into weeks or even months. This isn't about the classic clash of guns and armor anymore. It's a war fought in the circuitry, targeting computers, gold-plated crystal oscillators, and software control panels. The modern battlefield is as fragile as a semiconductor factory. Think about it: the Stavropol attack echoes louder than any village captured on the front. It's not about physical territory, it's about silencing the enemy's nerves, cutting the signals that coordinate and control. Until Russia can rebuild its electronic defenses, its forces will be deaf to commands, blind to threats, and vulnerable to the next drone buzzing overhead. Of course, no single strike ends a war, but the aftershocks of Stavropol will linger. This isn't just a warehouse burning, it's electricity failing to spark. The Russian army's circuits are muted, its command disrupted. Every darkened line on the grid makes room for another Ukrainian drone to soar. The war's rhythm has changed, and the silence speaks volumes. What will Russia do when the backbone of its electronic supremacy is shattered? Only time will tell. In a landscape marked by uncertainty and shadows, the front lines in Ukraine echo with the haunting echoes of a war that seems to tilt toward one side. The Russian forces, whose numbers once seemed overwhelming, are now faltering. In strategic locations like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk, Russian soldiers are dwindling, the machinery of their war effort slowing, and President Putin's ambitions wane with each passing day. What can explain this dramatic shift? As the sun rises over Toretsk, the cries of war are met with the whir of drones, the Ukrainian defenders strategically deploying an arsenal of unmanned aerial vehicles and sophisticated electronic warfare tactics to unbalance the enemy. The battlefield is no longer defined solely by brute force but by technology and tactics that render Russian heavy armaments effectively useless. The once orderly mechanized armies are now reduced to light units scrambling to survive, an almost mythic shift. Why is that? Data reveals the astonishing truth: Russian forces have retreated from traditional combined arms assaults. Instead, they're now engaging in scattered, desperate skirmishes. The severity of Ukraine's countermeasures weighs heavy. Between July and now, Russian losses surged beyond 33,000. Can an army this diminished effectively mount an offensive? The stark reality shows that the 8th Army, tasked with operations in Toretsk, has seen its combat strength shrink dramatically, leaving it vulnerable and exposed. Amidst these revelations, a striking event looms large in the shadows, an August night operation where the Russian command attempted a daring surge into Pokrovsk. Small, nimble units infiltrated using cover from the trees and dark fields, but their plans were quickly unraveling. The Ukrainian forces, braced and aware, launched countermeasures almost instinctively. Fire rained from UAVs like a judgment, leaving behind a scene of chaos for the enemy. What was once intended as a breakthrough became their most significant setback. The heat of battle intensified rapidly. Reports indicated that Ukrainian units neutralized 151 Russian soldiers in that decisive two-day confrontation. Yet, the morale on both sides fluctuates more than any front line ever could. While fear took hold of some infiltrators, others now languish in captured territory, the plan collapsing from within. Just as the Russian command rallied for a final push, their hopes lay in tatters. How did the tide turn so swiftly, so brutally? To understand the significance of Pokrovsk is to grasp the delicate web of supply lines and logistical arteries. This town isn't merely a dot on a map, it is a lifeline that weaves the fabric of war. With every passing hour, the Ukrainian strategy evolved, shifting forces and deepening pressure. The Kremlin's aspirations of a simple conquest were shattered. Yet, behind the chaos, what new strategies were forming in the mind of Ukraine's leadership? With each tactical shift reverberating, the battlefield becomes a canvas painted in shades of desperation and determination. The cry for support echoes as Ukraine's elite units adapt. The Azov fighters, renowned not just for their courage but for innovative techniques, magnify their impact, employing drone swarms to disrupt enemy formations and artillery to create devastation in the wake of every raid. This is not just warfare, it's a chess game played under fire, one where psychological tactics reign supreme. As the dust settles, the underlying currents of attrition reveal a striking revelation. What once seemed an overwhelming force is now lacking in armor and personnel. Can the Russian leadership reshuffle its forces to reclaim its lost momentum? Or is this just a precursor to a deeper unraveling? With the canvas of war constantly evolving, one thing remains sure: the fight for control in Pokrovsk is far from over. As new strategies emerge and the battlefield shifts again, the question lingers: who will emerge victorious amid the chaos? The story so far: Russian forces have struggled to break through in Pokrovsk, relying heavily on motorcycles and buggies instead of traditional armored assaults. Despite claims of encirclement attempts, these efforts have only resulted in infiltration and flank pressure, failing to deliver a decisive blow. But what if the front lines were not just a battlefield, but a chessboard where every move was anticipated and crushed? On July 29, reports confirmed that the Russian encirclement near Pokrovsk was held back, with enemy troops trapped less than 5 kilometers from vital Ukrainian supply lines to the north and west. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces launched fierce counterattacks, reclaiming about 16 square kilometers in the tense triangle between Udak, Kotlin, and Shevchenko. The front line didn't just hold, it shifted. Russian sabotage teams infiltrating along the busy E50 route in the south were driven into tight pockets, isolated and vulnerable. Behind the scenes, a shadow war unfolded. Since January, the 2nd and 41st Russian armies had merged their efforts in the south, pulling units from Kurakovo and massing forces south of Pokrovsk. By late July, fresh pressure came from the 51st Army, adding weight to the east-northeast axis. But the battlefield was anything but straightforward. On this front, Russian troops depended on motorcycles and buggies to dart in, strike, and vanish before Ukrainian defenses could respond. It was hit-and-run warfare, a desperate tactic revealing deeper cracks in the armored ranks. Yet, Ukraine's electronic warfare units were no passive observers. While the Russians deployed as many as 150 first-person view drones, tiny eyes buzzing overhead like swarms of locusts, Ukraine's jammers silenced 70 to 85% of these aerial spies. This electronic duel shifted the balance, preventing large-scale, continuous mechanized advances that Russian doctrine would normally demand. The toll was staggering. Conservative estimates suggest that in July alone, between 8,300 and 11,600 casualties fell along the Pokrovsk axis. Stretching the timeline back to January, that number could reach 35,000. These losses were not evenly spread. A significant share hit the Second Army, which, together with the 41st and 51st Armies, bore the brunt of the fighting here. Somewhere between 7,000 and 16,000 soldiers lost over 6 months. What does this mean for the battlefield? It reveals a harrowing picture of a mechanized force forced to abandon traditional massed armor assaults. Instead, small, mobile units on motorcycles attempt to outpace Ukraine's precision strikes and electronic warfare capabilities. The old rules seem broken. The grand designs of encirclement and blitzkrieg have dissolved into fragmented skirmishes and desperate infiltrations. As the smoke clears, one question lingers: can the Russian forces regain the momentum they lost, or is this the beginning of an unraveling no amount of reinforcements can reverse? The answer hides in the shadows of the next move, where every vehicle lost and every drone jammed chips away at the old war machine skeleton. The battle for Pokrovsk is far from over, but the scales are tipping, and the risks are growing with each passing day. What happens when a mighty armored force breaks down into scattered motorcycle teams? When the iron fist of an army dissolves into light raids, the signs are unmistakable, and the consequences, catastrophic. Could this be the moment when an elite force crumbles under its own weight? Let's briefly recall. The previous part revealed staggering losses on this front, between 20,000 and 35,000 soldiers over 6 months. The Second Army's share alone is enormous, with figures estimated between 7,000 and 16,000 casualties. Now, it's time to examine what this means on the battlefield. How does a powerful mechanized army falter so quickly? According to field data, the combat-ready strength of the Second Army currently hovers somewhere between 28,000 and 40,000 troops. This estimate comes from analyzing 100,000 personnel across multiple units, narrowed down to the Second Army's deployment zone. What's terrifying is the attrition rate. Roughly 40 to 55% of mechanized forces have been rendered ineffective. These numbers don't just appear randomly, they reflect concrete shifts in how the army operates on the ground. Since spring, armored attacks involving tanks and infantry fighting vehicles at company and battalion levels have nearly vanished. The thunderous advance of heavy mechanized columns has been replaced by the quiet whir of motorcycles and light buggies darting through the terrain. Hits and quick retreats shape the pattern. Brief infiltrations like the Kotlin-Pish chain breakout are rapidly shut down. Despite waves of sabotage teams slipping into urban areas, no permanent encirclements have taken hold. Unfortunately, no official data details exactly how many vehicles have broken down or been destroyed. But estimates suggest that in the south of Pokrovsk alone, the Second Army fields between 250 and 400 tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored personnel carriers. Given observed losses, about 100 to 220 of these vehicles are currently out of service, either damaged, undergoing repair, or taken out of combat. This loss rate perfectly explains why lightweight motorcycles overwhelmingly dominate movements where once heavy armor ruled. The Third Army's situation near Seversk tells a similar story. Remember the assault convoy: 6 tanks, 3 armored personnel carriers, and a swarm of motorcycles and buggies totaling 41 machines. This is no outlier, it is the new norm. Russian armored units, when left vulnerable, crumble swiftly under the unrelenting barrage of FPV drones and artillery strikes. To adapt, they rely on small, nimble teams riding motorcycles or buggies, evading detection and quickly disappearing into the shadows. So, what does all this mean? The era of crushing mechanized offensives appears to be fading, replaced by fragmented infiltration tactics. A once formidable armored force now struggles to hold ground with anything heavier than a motorcycle. The sound of roaring engines has been drowned out by drones buzzing overhead and the whisper of light vehicles skimming across fields of battle. Is this the unraveling of a military giant? The next moves could seal their fate. What happens when a force built on steel armor becomes a ghost of motorcycles and scattered skirmishes? Stay tuned. Because the unraveling continues, and the front lines are anything but silent. Russian forces on the front lines are unraveling before our eyes. Imagine a massive convoy rolling forward, 6 tanks, 3 armored personnel carriers, and a swarm of motorcycles, yet the armored vehicles are barely a fifth of the total. This isn't a one-off scene, it has become the new norm. When left vulnerable, these armored giants crumble under relentless drone and artillery fire. The Russians have resorted to light, scattered teams on motorcycles just to survive the battlefield's deadly storms. Let's rewind to the harsh reality facing the Third Army, a key pillar in this struggle. From late winter through midsummer, the 7th, 85th, and 123rd Motorized Brigades fought fiercely here. But beneath the surface, cracks appeared. Commanders were dismissed or investigated, a clear sign that the chain of command is fraying under pressure. This chaos has fueled a shift in tactics. Heavy mechanized assaults give way to hybrid attacks, relying heavily on motorcycles and light vehicles. The toll is staggering. Estimates suggest that between 55 to 70% of their armored forces are worn down or destroyed along this axis. Imagine losing more than half your tanks and armored carriers. What kind of fighting force remains? Casualties tell a grim story. Over 6 months, Russian units suffered between 20,000 and 30,000 killed or wounded across all sectors. The Third Army alone likely accounts for 10,000 to 21,000 of these losses. Rotations and reinforcements keep the numbers shifting, but the pool of combat-ready troops has shrunk to somewhere between 12,000 and 20,000. When it comes to vehicles, the picture is just as bleak. With a theoretical tank and infantry fighting vehicle pool of 180 to 280 along the front, losses have cycled out 100 to 190 machines. The uncertainty of repairs only deepens the crisis. How do you maintain an armored punch when your vehicles vanish faster than they can be fixed? But the challenges don't stop there. Since summer began, waves of armed drones have launched devastating strikes on Russian fuel depots and energy infrastructure deep behind the lines. One massive attack in early August crippled key supply chains, choking off fuel and spare parts. Suddenly, the armored columns that rely on constant maintenance find themselves stalling, vulnerable, exposed. And morale? Discipline? These too have taken a hit, further weakening the already fragile fighting spirit. Is this the beginning of the end for Russia's armored assault doctrine in this region? The shift to light, scattered forces and the relentless drone assaults suggest a battlefield turning upside down. What happens when the steel giants fall silent, replaced by buzzing swarms and motorcycle scouts? The answer is unfolding, and it's far from the grand offensive Moscow once envisioned. In the previous segment, we uncovered how waves of distant, armed drones pummeled enemy supply lines, while a massive energy strike stalled armored advances by cutting fuel and spare parts. Morale and discipline among the troops also faltered, painting a grim picture beneath the battlefield's surface. Now, imagine a force crumbling not just from enemy fire, but from within. Over 20,000 cases of desertion, insubordination, and unauthorized absence have flooded military courts between late 2022 and mid-2025. These aren't mere statistics, they echo a deeper crack in the backbone of the Russian military machine. Troops are drying up, discipline slipping, and motivation dissolving under pressure. This internal disarray mirrors the tactical chaos on the ground. Russian commanders increasingly rely on small motorcycle teams and hit-and-run raids, trading heavy armor for speed and stealth. Yet, even with these desperate maneuvers, meaningful gains remain elusive. Reports of infiltration in Pokrovsk stir hopes, but no lasting shifts in the frontline lines emerge. Fire pockets and constant pressure bring slow progress near Turret, yet relentless Ukrainian strikes on command posts and layered drone artillery coordination snuff out any chance for a broad mechanized breakthrough. Down in Seversk, The Third Army's growing reliance on motorcycle teams reveals something stark: armored units are fewer, less confident, and stretched thin. Instead of clashing in armored fists, the fight fractures into small, scattered skirmishes, a sign that powerful mechanized assaults have become a fading myth here. The true story? It isn't about a simple win or loss. It's about the crumbling strength of three key armies. The Eighth Army, battered on the turret front, has lost between 35 to 50% of its mechanized assault power. The Second Army, straining around Pokrovsk, has shed 40 to 55% of its punch. The Third Army, struggling near Seversk, has given up a staggering 55 to 70% of its combined armored force. Numbers spell out the truth. These are not vague estimates, but solid conclusions drawn from vehicle counts, command disruptions, electronic warfare impact, and battle tactics. Current troop strength also reveals the strain. The Eighth Army is down to roughly 10,000 to 16,000 personnel in its sector. The Second Army claims between 28,000 to 40,000 soldiers near Pokrovsk, while the Third Army limps along with just 12,000 to 20,000 fighters in Seversk. Meanwhile, vehicle availability, counting losses, repairs, and operational cycles, reflects the unraveling. Approximately 100 to 190 vehicles remain for the Eighth Army and about 100 to 220 for the Second. What does this tell us? The seemingly unstoppable armored assault, the fearsome combined mechanized might once projected, is now fractured, scattered, and vulnerable. This war's silent truth is no longer told by roaring tanks, but by the whine of motorcycles slipping through broken lines and the crackle of drones hunting command centers. But how long can these fragile tactics hold against a foe who controls the skies and strikes with surgical precision? The coming days could reveal an even deeper unraveling, or a desperate, brutal fight to clutch the last shreds of power. Will the shift towards light, scattered raids be a cunning adaptation, or a signal of impending collapse? The battlefield waits, tense and trembling. Previously, we saw that three Russian armies, numbering tens of thousands of soldiers, are struggling on multiple fronts. Their vehicle losses are staggering, ranging from about 100 to over 200 machines per army. Yet official figures remain sealed, shrouded in secrecy. Now, let's uncover the grim reality beneath these numbers. The so-called Third Army is believed to have around 100 to 190 vehicles left. But these figures are far from exact. No official sources openly reveal what's really lost or repaired. Instead, analysts piece together fragments, maps, battlefield reports, local intel, and tactical clues, to paint a picture. This doesn't mean these armies are wiped out, but it shows their strength is fading fast. What's behind this unraveling? Low armor presence, small motorcycle squads infiltrating like ghosts, relentless strikes on command hubs, Ukrainian control over electronic warfare, and long-range attacks cutting off supplies. These factors combine to halt any large-scale armored maneuvers. None of the three armies can break free or regroup as planned. So, will this situation ever turn? That depends. Russia desperately needs to restore the delicate balance of ammunition, fuel, and armored vehicles, and rebuild sensor and shooter networks to unleash tanks and infantry fighting vehicles once more. But Ukraine's grip on electronic warfare keeps breaking these chains, making a comeback nearly impossible, for now. From Moscow's perspective, motorcycles are just a stopgap in Seversk. Infiltration teams in Pokrovsk apply temporary pressure. Sporadic fire pockets in Toretsk mark fleeting gains. The real victories would require full mechanized assaults. Yet those forces are steadily disappearing, melting away under Ukrainian fire and strategy. Even Russian soldiers and commanders know this bleak truth. So why no drastic action? Because intervening now could risk total collapse. If losses continue unchecked, what's left of these armies might spiral beyond control. The question lingers, will Moscow gamble everything to hold on, or is this the beginning of a collapse no one dares admit? The stage is set, but the next move remains shrouded in shadow. Here's a gripping look behind the lines, where a brutal truth unfolds. Why does a commander demand territory at any cost, even when his troops are vanishing by the day. And what happens when reinforcements can't keep pace with mounting losses? This is the chilling reality for the Russian forces facing a relentless pressure in northeastern Ukraine. Putin demands a clear map of occupation. No questions asked about the cost in lives, tanks, or armored vehicles. Every soldier lost seems a mere footnote to achieving territorial gains. Yet, when front lines shrink, and mechanized assaults fade into tactics of scattered raids, what does this tell us about the real strength behind those lines? Armies can't be replaced like machines, even if certain foreign partners step in to fill the ranks. There are whispers that troops from far-off places like North Korea are arriving via corridors through Kursk, Belgorod, and Bryansk. Their presence is undeniable but far from limitless. You can't simply pour in endless soldiers from across borders and expect victory. While Russian units try to capture ground in small segments, pieces, not sweeping advances, their desperation grows. This slow, grinding method can yield results in short bursts, 2 days at a time, but it's far from a sign of strength. It's more a signal of how deeply strained they've become. Between August 12 and 14, reports showed Russian forces probing along the Doriliya axis. Infiltration attempts seemed limited, but that wasn't the end. Following each assault, Ukrainian troops quickly reinforced and stabilized their lines. The lessons here are harsh. Small groups of Russian forces slipped behind front lines, but clearing them out became a drawn-out, exhausting 2-day cycle. Ukrainian units relied on night vision superiority and swarms of first-person view drone attacks to locate and isolate enemy hunter teams. Each advance by Russian infiltrators was met by coordinated firepower and countermeasures that made survival for those units a dangerous gamble. Despite the grim reports, even the Russian high command is painfully aware of the situation. So, why is there no decisive intervention to stem these losses? The answer reveals a tangled web of desperation and limitation. Without intervention or reinforcement, losses pile up, and the creeping collapse begins. This is no small skirmish. When a soldier ventures behind front lines but never returns, when a convoy disappears in a deadly ambush, when an entire army's mechanized fist crumbles into motorbikes and light vehicles, the war shifts from grand maneuvers to fragmented survival. So why push relentlessly for occupation, even as the forces crumble? Because surrendering ground would shatter not only the physical map but the political narrative. Putin's vision demands control. The cost? Russian units melting away one by one, their losses masked by foreign arrivals and piecemeal advances. But the clock is ticking. The real question is, how long can this fragile patchwork hold? How long before the cracks become breaks? The answer is still shrouded in smoke and drone shadows, but every day the ground shifts beneath these soldiers is a day closer to unraveling an entire front. As Russian forces falter on multiple fronts, whispers of defeat echo through the ranks. Each day, soldiers disappear, while the ambitious plans of Moscow fade into the shadows. Imagine, for a moment, a battlefield where the once mighty Russian army has become a mere shadow of its former self. In key areas like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk, the pressure from Putin's regime now seems to dissipate like mist in the morning sun. This is more than a mere military shift, it's the crumbling facade of a world power desperately clinging to its ambitions. As the field data reveals, the infamous mechanized assaults that once struck fear into the hearts of many are now a distant memory. The Russian army has been forced into a scattered, desperate defense, where light tactical units replace once formidable armored divisions. They are no longer the mechanized fist that advanced fiercely across the land. Instead, they have evolved into disjointed teams trying to navigate through a new reality dictated by Ukrainian advancements in drone technology and electronic warfare. Can you imagine a field where combat vehicles are now outnumbered by motorcycles? A staggering shift. Reports flood in that the Russians have resorted to deploying light vehicles for infiltration, desperately attempting to adapt to an unraveling situation. Yet, the Ukrainian armed forces persistently counter every move, employing drone swarms with surgical precision, diminishing the effectiveness of their adversaries. Now, let's take a moment to focus on a chilling recent event. On July 27, A massive convoy of Russian forces bewilderingly amassed 71 vehicles, but only a fraction, around 21%, were armored, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. Think about it, a military might reduced to fleeing bands of motorcycle teams, their armored strength whittled away, as they scramble for any fashion of tactical advantage. How did it come to this? Between August 12 and 15, the battlefront saw swift movements that led to devastating repercussions for the Russian forces. The infiltration tactics used by small teams, while innovative, failed against the resilience and preparedness of the Ukrainian defense. Flashbacks of past victories faded as new strategies emerged, revealing vulnerabilities that would instigate a dramatic turning point. Why does Pokrovsk hold such critical importance? The city acts as a vital logistical hub, commanding supply routes that span north-south and east-west. If captured, it could significantly disrupt Ukrainian operations. So, as the Russian commanders plotted their showcase offensive, the Ukrainian commanders operated with equal strategic acumen, reinforcing their defenses in anticipation of an assault. What followed was a ballet of tactical maneuvers, where Ukrainian forces employed reconnaissance drones to pinpoint and engage Russian units attempting to break through the lines. The meticulous coordination between different units became evident as they executed effective countermeasures and strategic cleanups along the front lines. This deadly dance continued, with Ukrainian operators neutralizing 151 Russian soldiers over just 2 days, capturing some, while others fled in chaos. Can you envision the tension of those nights? The sounds of drones whirring, the distant booms of artillery, the palpable fear and determination that saturated the air. The operations that unfolded were not just numbers on a spreadsheet, they were a gripping narrative of survival, adaptation, and fierce competition on the battlefield. In this war, each passing hour brings new meaning to the conflict, revealing twists and turns, and reshaping the narratives of both sides. The tides may shift, but one truth remains: the struggle continues, as Ukraine stands firm, bolstered by the resilience of its forces and the strategic mindsets that guide them. What will unfold next in this ongoing saga? The battlefield remains a relentless stage where every move, every strategic decision may very well change the course of history. The map is more than just lines and dots. Every vent used, every farmhouse turned warehouse, every trench marking a waiting line, all these details are alive. A couple of words, a compass, a tablet, sometimes a crackling radio, these are the threads pulling the whole operation together. This tiny stream of information keeps the gears moving, letting scattered units act as one. Now, let's dive deeper. A storm quietly brews beneath the tension of a 48-hour battle. Behind the chaos lies a larger puzzle, one that could redefine the entire game. Putin's iron grip shows cracks, while the world watches and waits. Yet, our story isn't about headlines or grand declarations. It's about the rhythm of war, the subtle beat only those on the ground can feel. President Volodymyr Zelensky's carefully chosen words cut through the noise: the front is difficult but still under control. No panic, no wild fears, just the heavy weight of reality. This message was meant to steady not just citizens but allies watching every move with bated breath. In plain terms, it means no breakthroughs, no sudden collapses. Instead, what unfolds on the soil is a costly but necessary break. Why costly? Because ammunition flows freely during these 2 intense days, far beyond usual restraints. It's a gamble to spend so much now. But this gamble beats the nightmare of facing a cascading collapse if gaps in the lines remain open. Closing them early might demand resources, but it saves far greater losses down the road. At the same time, precision strikes target the heart of enemy operations far behind the front lines. If an artillery battery or electronic warfare station goes down with one shot, that's only the start. The follow-up is swift and brutal, using small first-person view drones, those tiny buzzing hunters, finishing the job with ruthless accuracy. If the drones don't seal the deal, a quick corrective strike closes the curtain. 1 strike out of 3 guarantees devastation. But the goal is precision. 2 consecutive hits ensure obliteration. This isn't a lesson in shooting skills, it's a story about rhythm. The pulse of this war beats in timing and sequencing. Rhythm is the weapon hidden beneath the smoke and noise, determining who controls the battlefield. Now, zoom out. On the European front, something powerful is taking shape. Funding mechanisms like the Patriot Line and Pearl emerge, with Berlin leading the charge. What does this mean? It means locking in resources for the hardware of tomorrow, securing the future before politics can disrupt supplies. War isn't just won by bullets and missiles. It's also won by strategy in production and finance. The battle for air defense isn't just in the skies, it's fought in boardrooms and factories. Securing production lines today breathes life into tomorrow's frontline defenses. The turmoil expected in just weeks is already being calmed. Behind the headlines, a quiet war of timing and preparation rages on, and only those who grasp this rhythm will stand victorious. What happens when rhythm itself becomes the deadliest weapon? Will the fragile balance hold? The answer lies just beyond the next horizon, where strategy meets fate in this unfolding saga. The battle isn't fought by bullets alone. Sometimes, the timing of production lines and logistics becomes the deadliest weapon. Right now, crucial air defense systems are being quietly replenished, stabilizing the chaos set to erupt in the coming weeks. A single extra day of calm can decide the fate of entire operations. Picture this, a freshly detected enemy air defense system, wiped out in just 30 minutes by a precise strike, only to be replaced before the sun sets. This is the hidden rhythm behind the front lines. Now, let's dive deeper into the secret currents beneath those intense 48 hours of fighting. Behind the scenes, a critical turning point, nicknamed the Alaska Factor, is unfolding. Vladimir Putin won't openly admit the staggering losses Russia has suffered over the last 3 years. But he craves an image of progress to carry into his talks with Donald Trump. The massive buildup of over 100,000 troops near Pokrovsk was meant to be a showcase of strength, a sign that Russia was still pushing forward. For the Russian generals, every 5,000 soldiers lost is more than just a number, it's a ledger line, a brutal tally of shattered families. It's a painful truth that's whispered in the shadows of this war. The Kremlin planned to throw everything into this narrow window, breaking through the lines, widening openings, and forcing Ukraine onto the defensive. They tried relentlessly, and clung stubbornly to every inch they captured. But in the trenches, the response was ruthless. Every Russian advance was met with a cost they couldn't afford. This strategy backfired spectacularly. Within 2 days, the media narrative flipped completely in Ukraine's favor. This war was no longer just about territory or tanks. It had become a war over perception, over the screen, the story told to the world. When the rhythm of the battlefield stumbles, the language of the screen shifts. And this battle of images will rage until Putin returns to Moscow from his meeting with Trump. The real question isn't what happens after that meeting, it's what Ukraine and Europe can do before it. Every accurate strike on the ground echoes twice as loud in the halls of diplomacy. So, what did those 2 days mean for Ukraine? They were a relentless storm of pressure, air and ground attacks hammering the enemy's rear lines. On the front line, the Azov Brigade held fast, while artillery and long-range weapons pounded entry points behind the enemy. Forget counting bullets for a moment. These 2 days weren't about numbers. They were about breaking the enemy's spirit and rewriting the future in Ukraine's favor. But what if the unexpected lurks just beyond the horizon? What if this fragile momentum holds secrets that could change the entire course of the war? Stay tuned, because in this conflict, every moment pulses with danger, and every victory hides a new challenge waiting to explode. The brutal truth of this war? It's not just about firepower, it's about timing and precision. Imagine a hidden air defense system deep on the southern front. The first artillery strike hits, disabling half of it in mere minutes. Then, an unmanned drone swoops in, delivering a precise blow that silences the rest. Moments later, a second drone arrives to finish the task. But why send 2 drones? Because every second counts. If the first strike had been dead on, the second drone wouldn't be needed. If the first drone had completed the mission alone, the second would be wasted. Ukraine balances deadly accuracy with ruthless efficiency. Sometimes, the war hinges on a 2-day window of freedom, a fleeting moment when relentless pressure breaks through, then the rhythm resets. This is exactly what happened near Pokrovsk. It was a brief but critical opening, an opportunity to strike hard before Putin's forces could regroup. In war, that's the harsh calculus, relentless pressure until the enemy falters, then pull back and prepare for the next push. Meanwhile, across the European front, the stakes rise in a different way. Germany recently injected $500 million into the Patriot missile program. That number might seem small in the grand scheme. But it isn't about size, it's about timing and commitment. Think of it like reserving a car before it even rolls off the assembly line, securing your spot ahead of the political storm. Europe is essentially parking billions in the American defense industry, creating production slots before politics can slow the flow of weapons to allies. Imagine $5 billion earmarked, $3 billion to Raytheon, $2 billion to Lockheed. Even if political discussions threaten to stall NATO's arms supplies, these reserved orders ensure that the gears of war keep turning. It's not just money, it's a strategic bet on timing and trust. So, what does this mean for the battlefield? It means every bullet, every drone, every missile is part of a larger game of precision and patience. Ukraine isn't just fighting with weapons, it's fighting with time itself. The next move? It will come not just from brute force but from who controls the clock. Will the pressure break the lines, or will the enemy hold firm? The answer lies in the invisible dance of fire and silence, where moments decide fate. What happens when $5 billion are suddenly earmarked for defense contracts? This isn't just a political headline or a budget line, it's a powerful engine shifting the gears of production and strategy. When these funds hit the treasury, they don't just finance weapons, they dictate the rhythm of entire industries. Orders are placed, factories roar to life, and the fate of battles can hinge on these invisible threads of cash and contracts. But what if the political winds change course? Slowing down these sales isn't simply a matter of diplomacy. It's like slamming the brakes on a speeding train. The ripple effect crushes production lines, hammers economic stability, and leaves defense manufacturers scrambling. Senators, representatives, and military committees watch these moves carefully. They know who holds the steering wheel, and how every decision echoes far beyond the negotiation tables. Berlin's recent injection of $500 million into the Pearl Patriot Access program wasn't just a purchase, it was a lifeline, an insurance policy for the battlefield. With the United States edging closer to an election year, this financial shield becomes a shared language between politicians and industry. It's not just about hardware, it's about survival and influence. Meanwhile, the chessboard of European leadership is alive with tension. Names like Starmer, Merz, Macron, Meloni, and Stoltenberg aren't just headlines, they represent a coalition painfully aware of the stakes. Leaked documents reveal a cold truth: no ceasefire is expected, no land will be traded. This clarity, while reassuring, barely scratches the surface of the looming conflict. Putin knows exactly where the balance of power lies. The Kremlin strategy is to weaponize optics, the images seen on screens and news feeds, because perception can be as deadly as any missile. It's a battle waged not only with bullets but with carefully crafted narratives. The more visible the setbacks on the ground, the weaker the Kremlin's position at the negotiation table. And that's exactly what unfolded during those intense 48 hours in Pokrovsk. The Russian veneer cracked, optics wore thin, and the facade of control slipped. Pause for a moment and imagine the battlefield from the inside, the sharp crackle of radios, the low hum of drones scanning the horizon, the faint smell of scorched earth hanging in the air. Amid this chaos, the Azov unit wasn't just fighting, they were executing a symphony of modern warfare. This isn't about individual heroics but about a finely tuned machine, rapid reconnaissance, synchronized firepower, electronic warfare, and swarms of FPV drones applying relentless pressure with micrometer precision. Azov's success isn't a story of legends, it's a blueprint. A modular approach where speed, coordination, and adaptability dictate outcomes. Today, it's Azov leading this dance. Tomorrow, another brigade could replicate the formula and claim the field. In this phase of the war, victory is measured not by isolated acts but by seamless processes. So, what does this mean for the next 72 hours on the front lines? Will the forces left behind after breaches crumble into isolated pockets? Or will they break through those gaps and prolong the fight? The stakes couldn't be higher. The clock is ticking. The question remains, who will seize the moment when the world holds its breath? In the midst of relentless clashes along the front, a critical question hangs in the air. Will the Russian forces trapped after their breach be sealed off completely, or will they slip through scattered gaps to fight another day? The difference between these outcomes is stark. A sealed pocket means swift Ukrainian dominance over the area, while a breakout drags the conflict into a grueling war of attrition lasting days more. Ukraine's mission is crystal clear: close the breach decisively, while halting every Russian attempt to carve out fresh footholds nearby before they can solidify. This balancing act demands two vital calculations. First, conserving ammunition, because when this brief window of freedom closes, Ukrainian forces must snap back into disciplined fire control. Second, managing rotation. If the same unit lingers too long on the front, the tempo falters. And when speed stumbles, the predator-prey dynamic shifts dangerously. In this war of attrition, swiftness wins the short sprint, patience rules the marathon. Meanwhile, Russia's next move is predictable yet desperate. Stubbornly holding that same front, they will hunt for an easier prize nearby, hoping to divert attention from their faltering push. This is a calculated gamble to keep their front line alive with small, costly gains. But every inch wrested is paid for in precious time and resources, as the real language of control is written in the rhythm of the battlefield. Between August 12th and 15th, what unfolded along the Precipitated line wasn't a grand battle, it was a brutal lesson packed into a fleeting moment. Ukraine's grip tightened, the window slammed shut in their favor. But will tomorrow reopen it? In war, that answer is never certain. For now, the front holds firm, clean, cold, and controlled. Numbers on the surface may seem modest, just a handful of prisoners taken. Yet their impact rattles far beyond their count. Sometimes, a single prisoner's words can shift the course of an entire night. A tablet, a whispered conversation, a confidential file, small details that steer the chaos of war. The battlefield's pulse beats in these rhythms, where harmony and speed forge victory, not individual glory. This war is won in modules, not brands. Today, a unit executes with precision, tomorrow, another replicates the formula. The process, relentless and exact, is the true measure. And in this relentless dance, Russia's costly gamble on August's frontline may have written a turning point into history's ledger. In the heart of the battlefield, every scrap of information is more precious than the bullets that was passed. As Ukrainian forces maintain their grip on Pokrovsk, the rhythm of war pulses like the beat of a drum. It's the force that drives every move, every decision. But what happened over the last 48 hours could tip the scales in this grueling conflict. Russia has paid dearly for its ambitions, and Ukraine has executed a strategy that, while not without cost, has proven effective. Europe has watched closely, taking notes. In Pokrovsk, Ukraine's Azov fighters have implemented a method known as capture hold, engaging with staggering precision. This synthesized effort has worked wonders, but the details themselves, the minor skirmishes and tactical maneuvers, are not what define the larger narrative. Today, the outcome is undeniable. Russian attempts to break through have faltered, and the front lines are being meticulously cleared. But will they try again at dawn tomorrow? It's likely. And if Ukraine holds its ground, history may repeat itself. The stakes have never been higher. In this tug of war, the victors are those who can cling to rhythm. Right now, that rhythm pulses strongly on Ukraine's side in Pokrovsk. Analyzing official reports and real-time streams together reveals a stark reality: Russian attempts to fortify their foothold have crumbled under pressure, failing to create a stable front line. Instead, an unsettling pattern of narrow infiltrations and tactical retreats has emerged. With each ebb and flow, Ukraine has managed to regain control over lost territories, creating a volatile equilibrium on the battlefield. The ferocious clashes in and around Pokrovsk during the summer have been particularly brutal, marking a stark contrast where advances give way to stagnation. But what lurks beneath the surface? With every advance, what new secrets and strategies are being uncovered? As night descends, the fate of Pokrovsk hangs in the balance, teetering between conflict and resolution. Will the dawn bring fresh attempts for dominance? What secrets of the enemy will emerge from the shadows? The tension thickens as the sun sets. Months of relentless assaults near Pokrovsk have barely shifted the battlefield. Despite intense Russian pressure, Ukrainian defenders, armed with drones and fortified positions, have stubbornly held their ground. Pokrovsk is no ordinary town, it sits astride crucial supply routes and coal infrastructure, making it a prize with both practical importance and symbolic weight. Yet, the gains remain limited. The offensive's momentum is fading, marked by heavy losses and frequent retreats, painting a picture of frustrated ambitions rather than decisive victories. Meanwhile, on the Suanja front, Russian forces have pulled back repeatedly. These local retreats don't spell collapse everywhere, far from it. Other battlefronts show different dynamics with some territorial advances. Official reports suggest that Russian troops managed to gain roughly 500 to 550 square kilometers in June and July, mainly around Donetsk's northeast and southwest regions. Still, these progresses come at a punishing price and crawl at a snail's pace. Why has Russia's push stalled, especially near Suanja? The answer lies in logistics and the unforgiving terrain. Success in offensive warfare demands depth, a steady, uninterrupted flow of ammunition, fuel, and reinforcements. But this northern border corridor around Suanja is a maze of rivers, dense forests, and a fragmented road network, making supply lines vulnerable and movement sluggish. At the same time, Ukrainian tactics have dealt a crippling blow to Russian advances here. Small, agile units relentlessly harass enemy supply convoys with fast drones and artillery strikes. Russian troops respond by using infiltration teams mounted on motorcycles and buggies, light and mobile forces trying to avoid detection but unable to regain the momentum of armored mechanized assaults. The battlefield hums with tension, the distant drone whirs overhead, explosions shake the earth, and the acrid scent of burnt fuel lingers in the air. Every inch gained costs more than it's worth, as Russians inch forward only to be pushed back and scattered. Are the small gains worth the heavy toll? Can these fractured advances be sustained with the logistical nightmare tightening from behind? The answers remain uncertain as this bloody game of cat and mouse drags on. What will break the deadlock? Will the tight chokehold on supply lines force a full Russian withdrawal? Or can Moscow conjure a new plan to turn the tide before it's too late? This shifting battlefield watches silently as both sides stake everything on every calculated move. The war's future hinges on fragile supply lines and the resolve of those who fight for every step forward. In the last scene, we saw how Ukraine exploited natural barriers and terrain limits to choke Russian advances. Now, let's dive deeper into the battlefield reality behind these moves. Imagine a tight borderland restricted by dense forests, winding rivers, crumbling roads, terrain that confines any large-scale movement like a cage. The Ukrainian forces seized this environment, using nimble, small teams to up the pressure. Drones buzzing like persistent hornets strike at mobile supply points, while artillery's thunder echoes, shaking forward enemy units. Russian responses appear desperate. Instead of heavy armored assaults, infiltration teams zipped through the dense terrain on motorcycles and light buggies, an attempt to bypass minefields and sensors. But these quick raids, no matter how daring, lack the punch needed for a deep breakthrough. Around places like Andreyka and Alexka, this pattern repeats, no grand armored advances, but slow, grinding attempts to gain ground. Each success is measured in meters, not miles, punctuated by repeated setbacks and tactical retreats. Why this struggle? The answer lies not just in pushing forward but in holding the ground long enough. Every village or strategic point seized must be defended, fortified, and resupplied. If you can't, it becomes a fragile outpost, ripe for counterattack and recovery by the defenders. Andrika, Kindratka, and the recent fall of Bez-Zalivka reveal this painful reality. Capturing ground without the logistics to hold it is a hollow victory. The human cost under this relentless strain is staggering. Independent records reveal over 20,000 cases of unauthorized absence, soldiers simply vanishing from ranks over the past 3 years. This isn't just a morale problem, it's a crisis of sustainability. The constant pressure causes exhaustion, frays discipline, and overloads systems meant to rotate and replenish troops. As a result, fortified front lines become thinly held, vulnerable, and at the mercy of the enemy's next move. So here we stand, watching a war of attrition where every inch counts, and where the rules of traditional mechanized warfare bend under new, brutal conditions. The question lingers, can Moscow solve this riddle? Or will patchwork infiltration and strained supply lines force a costly and protracted withdrawal? The clock is ticking, and every quiet forest line might just be the calm before the next storm. The pressure on the front lines is relentless. Troops are stretched thin, rotating constantly to fill gaps, yet the strain is biting deep. This is not a failure of spirit or discipline, it's a grinding force that makes holding fortified positions almost impossible. Supplies dwindle, posts weaken, and the enemy's momentum sharpens. Now, let's turn our focus back to Pokrovsk. The battle for this city has been a chess game riddled with uncertainty and fierce skirmishes. By late July, rumors swirled that reconnaissance and sabotage units had slipped into the southern districts. Yet, despite these incursions, control over the city remained elusive for the invading forces. Months of clashes had battered the urban landscape. On one side, Ukraine's defense tightened with layered fortifications. On the other, an endless rain of drone surveillance and strikes slowed every enemy move. The Russians tried countering this with fiber-optic guided missiles aimed to neutralize jammers disrupting their communications. Yet, the emerging picture was clear, pressure encircled the city, but no decisive breakthrough was underway. Both forces paid a heavy price. Gains were kept in check. Tactical victories came at the cost of strategic stagnation. This stands as a puzzle piece in a larger, grim mosaic. The southern and northern lines are locked in a deadly rhythm of advances and forced withdrawals. Retreats in the southeast weigh heavily on the broader front. When one axis falters, it forces fresh troops to push even harder elsewhere, deepening weariness and diminishing chances for success. Small territorial pushes occur, only to be met with fierce counterattacks and sometimes painful retreats. The recent recovery by Ukrainian forces of the Pishchansk chain and, shortly after, the village of Kotlin south of Pokrovsk, neither dramatically reshaped the map nor shifted entire fronts. Rather, they quietly bolstered Ukraine's defensive layout, strengthening supply lines and creating tighter pockets of resistance, essential foundations for holding against relentless assaults. So, what does this mean? Could the slow but steady tightening around Pokrovsk signal a turning point? Or is this just a painful pause before the storm resumes? The front is alive, pulsing with uncertainty, danger, and fleeting triumphs. Every movement echoes with the sound of engines, the drone of surveillance, and the tense quiet before another critical move. Who will break first? The answer might lie just beyond the next ridge, beneath the ever-watchful skies. The recent recapture of 2 key settlements near the city didn't redraw the map dramatically, but it shifted the entire battlefield's balance. These gains eased the strain on vital supply routes to the south and tightened the Ukrainian defense lines, making it harder for the enemy to breathe. This setup wasn't just a lucky break, it was a calculated move, laying the groundwork for a much heavier push expected in the summer. Look back to March. On the Velika-Novorossisk line, we saw how narrow front advances in the south became impossible to hold. The enemy had to pull back, but not without a fight. Flexible counterattacks slowed their retreat and kept pressure on Ukrainian forces. Fast forward to the summer, and a similar pattern unfolded along the SU line up north. Small enemy gains there melted away under relentless pressure. Together, these two moments unravel why the summer offensive never exploded into a massive breakthrough along a single front. Instead, it ended in a tense balance, with counterattacks on multiple axes grinding down the advance. What does this mean on the ground? The consequences of these retreats are layered and powerful. Politically, Moscow's promise of a secure buffer zone is looking hollow. Official voices now talk about regrouping and more suitable lines, but the loss of these key settlements can't be ignored. Each lost position chips away at the Kremlin's narrative, sowing doubt at home. Logistically, the retreat creates a nightmare. When supply lines shrink, it becomes easier for Ukrainian forces to strike fast and vanish. The enemy's heavy vehicles find fewer roads to maneuver, making armored assaults cumbersome and risky. The supply chain shifts from a strong highway to a fragile network of backroads, if those survive at all. On the human level, frontline troops are stretched thin. Without the chance to rotate for rest, exhaustion creeps in. Trench fatigue grows. Pressure mounts, forcing some units into local withdrawals just to survive. And then there's the invisible war, information and sensors. The enemy's use of swarms of short-range FPV drones on the northern axis has shattered any chance of stealth. Recon and rapid repositioning become near impossible. Every move is tracked, every advance shadowed by buzzing drones, stripping away any advantage of surprise. The battlefield is transforming. The old rules no longer apply. The enemy's once bold assaults have been replaced by careful, fragmented probes. The war of heavy tanks and massed infantry is fading. Instead, shadowy teams on motorcycles slip through gaps, while drones and electronic warfare paint the enemy into tighter corners. But the question remains, can the enemy adapt fast enough to survive these shifting tides? Or are they trapped in a shrinking cage, slowly being crushed by relentless pressure from all sides? The answer may be closer than anyone expects. The next moves could reshape everything. Will the enemy hold the line, or will the pressure finally break through? The silence before the storm is deafening. What happens next could change the course of this conflict forever. Here's what we've seen so far. Russian forces are under relentless strain, facing constant rotation for rest and flagging morale in the trenches. As pressure mounts, local retreats become inevitable. Meanwhile, relentless waves of short-range drones force constant vigilance, making stealth and rapid movement nearly impossible. Intelligence reports reveal shifting front lines across hundreds of square kilometers. But what comes next? Has Putin silently ordered a retreat? Let's dive deeper. The idea that Russian forces are pulling back isn't just speculation. Official announcements carefully avoid words like retreat, choosing instead softer phrases like redeployment or creating buffer zones. Yet the reality on the ground tells a different story. Agency reports and independent sources confirm that positions once held firmly have been abandoned. Villages such as Gvardeskoy and Vasilivka have reportedly slipped back into Ukrainian control. What at first seemed like tactical repositioning starts to look more like a strategic withdrawal. The Tsunami axis illustrates this clearly. Attempts to establish a buffer zone here now seem compromised. The march back along the Velika Novosila line in the south was the first visible sign that something had shifted. What was supposed to be forward progress has turned into slow, costly inches gained, and often lost, at heavy expense. Around Pokrovsk, fighting drags on for months without major breakthroughs. Reports reveal months of grinding combat, where sabotage and reconnaissance units push forward briefly before being repelled. Defensive drones buzz relentlessly overhead. Fortifications hold strong against repeated incursions. Despite setbacks, Russian units persist with small-scale raids and probing attacks. But the tide has unmistakably shifted. The relentless pressure and slow attrition wear down even the toughest units. So here's the big question, if this isn't officially called a retreat, what does that mean for the soldiers on the front lines? Are they digging in for a last stand, or slowly giving ground while smoke and dust mingle over abandoned trenches? The answers hide in the shadows of each village lost and each commander's grim face. The battlefield's pulse beats with uneasy rhythm, fleeting gains, sudden withdrawals, and the constant hum of drones overhead. The story unfolding now is not one of victory, but of survival. What's coming next could change everything. The front lines have barely shifted in recent weeks, despite fierce battles and heavy losses on both sides. Small sabotage and reconnaissance teams continue probing the defenses, making occasional raids but failing to seize any decisive ground. Drones and fortified positions hold strong, staving off repeated attempts to break through. Yet, beneath this surface of stalemate, the reality on the ground is far from simple. British intelligence reports suggest that Russian forces have gained between 500 and 550 square kilometers in recent operations. This isn't just a matter of perception or propaganda, these advances are tangible, marking an undeniable change in the battlefield's landscape. But these gains come at a cost. In the Sumy region, setbacks have slowed progress, with obstacles preventing Russian troops from reaching the buffer zone they aimed for. The situation reveals itself as a complex chess game, with no clear black or white, only shifting shades of gray. The summer offensive was not obliterated, its momentum was merely shattered. Retreats along the Sumy line, the failure to encircle critical cities like Pokrovsk, and withdrawals in the southern sectors all tell the same story: the initial surge has lost steam. What does this mean for what lies ahead? Several stark truths emerge. When heavy mechanized forces fail to break wide front lines, commanders turn to infiltration tactics, small, agile units creeping forward under the cover of darkness or terrain. These methods claim ground slowly, but at a heavy price: more time, more resources, and more risk. Meanwhile, if Ukrainian forces keep pressing with incremental gains in the north, the promise of a buffer zone becomes an empty slogan, no more than words on paper. Pokrovsk's defense stands at a critical crossroads. If it remains overly reliant on drones alone, the enemy's advanced fiber-optic guided weapons and electronic countermeasures could tip the scales back. To hold firm, offensive power must reach deeper into the battle zone, pressure from multiple angles and layers. Another looming challenge for both sides is the toll on personnel. Fresh troops are the lifeblood of any army, but reports suggest growing instances of absence and insubordination within Russian ranks. This threatens their ability to maintain a steady frontline presence over time. Ukraine faces parallel strains, as continuous combat wears down morale and endurance. Across the battlefield, the war grinds down into countless small skirmishes and raids. These ongoing clashes chip away at the spirit of soldiers on both sides, eroding their will to fight. In this war of attrition, every exhausted footstep and creaking vehicle echoes the fragile balance between survival and collapse. What happens when exhaustion outpaces reinforcements? The answer remains hidden in the shadowed forests and shattered streets, waiting to be revealed. Could these slow-moving battles decide the fate of entire regions? Or will the creeping conflict grind on, a deadly stalemate with no end in sight? The answer lies in the next move, the next strike, and the soldiers who refuse to give up ground. The pressure is mounting on Russia, but history tells us this isn't just about battlefield movements, it's about an unraveling deeper than boots on the ground. The recent confirmed Russian pullbacks in places like Sumy, alongside Russian sources hinting at strategic retreats, hand key of a powerful edge in the ongoing battle for hearts and minds. Map these shifts and a revealing pattern appears, a shrinking blue zone creeping steadily from Andreyka and Kondretka toward Alexa, bit by bit, stretching northwest. Nearby, Besala strains at the edges of the same zone. Further east, the battle lines remain tangled yet stable near Velika Novosila, while skirmishes ripple around Pokrovsk without delivering any sweeping breakthroughs. What all of this exposes is the stark truth behind Kremlin talk of repositioning to better lines. This careful language masks what's really happening: a retreat, a giveaway of ground once held. These aren't mere tactical adjustments, they are full pullbacks, quietly imposed by command but visible to any observer watching with a keen eye. This is more than war jargon. It is abandonment. Evidence from Andreyka, Alexa, Kondretka, and Bestka doesn't lie. The buffer zone once promised for Sumy? It's frozen in limbo, far from realization. July's final days told a grim tale of battles raging simultaneously, fierce firefights in Pokrovsk and desperate rescue attempts in Sumy. This synchronicity is no coincidence. When one front retreats, the other struggles to hold firm, the lines playing a dangerous game of give and take. These actions peddle the risk of further losses. Validating reports echoing through various sources, heavy casualties and barely earned gains. Progress may be measured in yards, not miles, but each inch comes at a blistering cost. The burning question remains, are these withdrawals just isolated setbacks or the first cracks in a larger collapse? Is Moscow's command structure fracturing under relentless pressure? Or is this a painful recalibration, painful, yes, but controlled? Listen closely. The distant echoes of retreat are not whispers but warnings. The battlefield is a shifting storm, and the next move, quiet or loud, may change everything. Could this be the moment the tide truly begins to turn? The answer is hidden in the dust that now clouds the front. As the relentless sun baked the war-torn landscape, whispers of chaos emerged from the front lines. The Russian forces, once formidable, were crumbling like dry leaves underfoot, losing soldiers faster than they could regroup. The hard truth was becoming painfully clear. In critical areas like Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Severodonetsk, the Russian military was faltering. Desperate to capture these settlements, the Kremlin's grip appeared to weaken with each passing day. Once united in mechanized strength, their forces were now splintered, forced into scattered, makeshift tactics to protect dwindling armored units. It wasn't just the absence of heavy machinery that felt like an echo of defeat, it was the increasing number of empty spaces where soldiers should have been standing strong. With every data update, Russian numbers shrank, revealing a haunting reality underlying their war strategy. Ukraine, employing advanced tactics with aerial drones and electronic warfare, was pressing hard against this fragile front. Reports highlighted that on certain days, the Ukrainian army was deploying up to 150 drones, effectively neutralizing a staggering 70 to 85% of Russian unmanned vehicles. The combined pressure from the sky was hampering the Russian assault machinery, leading to an inevitable shift in battle dynamics. What had once been a mechanized assault had transformed into desperate motorcycle raids, a glaring sign of their disarray. Then came July 27, which marked a crucial turning point. A major convoy, once a symbol of Russian might, was exposed, a staggering 71 vehicles lumbered into a trap, revealing just how fragile their armored presence had become. The vast majority of this convoy comprised motorcycles and light vehicles, a trend that would shock even the most loyal of supporters back in Moscow. In the ever-important region around Toretsk, resistance remained fierce. Ukrainian soldiers engaged in tactical maneuvers, staving off advances while inflicting heavy casualties on their adversaries. By early August, this fierce resistance reached a peak, with reports of up to 151 Russian soldiers neutralized in just 2 days during the tumultuous fighting in areas controlled by the elite Azov unit. What was transpiring on the ground transcended mere statistics, it was reshaping the very essence of how the war would unfold. How high would the stakes rise? As walls crumbled in some areas, could this be the prelude to a larger collapse? The looming question was whether the Russian military's retreat indicated an unraveling chain reaction, a situation exacerbated by logistical blunders and the loss of critical leadership. For the command in Moscow, the reality was stark. A failure to gain ground not only signified military defeat but a blow to the very narrative they had crafted about their invincibility. As August dawned, it was as if the very fabric of the battlefield was shifting. Each day brought with it potential for both salvation and despair. Would the Ukrainian side seize this opportunity, pressing forward to claim victory, or would the remnants of Russian forces redefine the balance once more? Tension hung heavy in the air, blending with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of fear. Each battle was a heartbeat in this war, a race against time where every moment counted, every decision crucial. The chess match was far from over, and the question lingered, just how deep would this twist go, and what could emerge from the ashes? Imagine standing in freezing mud, surrounded by distant gunfire and shadows that stretch longer with every passing hour. You carry the emblem of your unit, the 41st Army, but your orders are a tangled mess, no clear voice guiding you. You wonder, is it worth staying? Or should you just walk away, leave your coordinates behind, and surrender? This is the agonizing reality for thousands of soldiers caught in a crumbling command system. Back in the spring of 2022, this army boasted 35,000 troops, 350 main battle tanks, and over 1,000 armored vehicles. Today, barely 17,000 remain, and the number of tanks has plummeted to 110. Shockingly, a third of these are old T-62 hulls pulled from decades-old storage. This collapse didn't happen overnight, it's the result of years of logistical blunders, personnel shortages, and stalled equipment upgrades. Add to this Ukraine's satellite-guided detection and precision strikes, and you have a deadly combination that's tearing the force apart. But the damage is not just physical. The loss of commanders shatters morale deeper than any bullet. Soldiers fight not just against the enemy, but against doubt. The uncertainty of who's in charge, whether support will come, gnaws at them. Ukrainian forces sensed this. They turned psychological warfare into a weapon, broadcasting clear messages over frontline speakers: if you can't reach your commander, leave your coordinates and surrender on foot. Warm food and safety await. At first, these messages seemed like empty taunts. But in the long, cold nights, they began to sink in. Data reveals the scale of this quiet unraveling. Nearly 7,850 soldiers from the 41st Army have surrendered according to Ukrainian monitoring projects. Meanwhile, court records from Russia paint a bleak picture. By mid-2025, over 20,600 cases of refusal to report for duty, disobedience, and desertion had been registered. More than 17,700 convictions followed. These aren't isolated incidents, they mark a systemic collapse of discipline and will. In a desperate attempt to stem the tide, voluntary surrender was criminalized in September 2022, punishable by 3 to 10 years behind bars. The message was brutal: surrender or fight on. Yet, despite the harsh penalties, scenes of soldiers laying down arms continue across the front lines. How much longer can an army bleed out like this before it's empty? As the tension rises, listen closely to the crunch of frost underfoot. The war is not just about tanks and bullets, it's a battle for the will to keep fighting. And in this war, the spirit of an army is as fragile as the worn leather of a soldier's boots. What happens when that spirit finally breaks? Back in September 2022, a harsh new rule was slammed into the penal code: surrendering voluntarily became a criminal offense. The punishment? A daunting 3 to 10 years behind bars. The message was brutal and clear: either fight on or face severe consequences. Yet, despite this crackdown, scenes of soldiers giving up still echoed across the battlefield. Fear didn't stop them, the pressure only grew heavier. Fast forward to April 2025, and the first major case under this law hit the headlines: a soldier caught surrendering voluntarily was handed a staggering 15-year sentence. This wasn't just about punishment. It revealed something deeper, a system crumbling under its own weight. Could the threat of a decade and a half in prison outweigh the terror of death on the front lines? The answer seems to lie buried in the shadows of a secret lifeline, an official surrender hotline, running day and night. This line wasn't just a trickle but a steady flow. Over 210 voluntary surrenders were recorded in its first year alone. By mid-2024, that number climbed past 260. Come June 2024, it soared beyond 300. But here's the twist: these numbers only count those who chose that official channel. What about the countless others who simply laid down arms on the spot, without calling in? They remain invisible in the statistics. Voluntary surrender, while not widespread, is persistent, like a quiet pulse beneath the chaos. And the hotline's very existence screams volumes about what's really happening on the ground. Isn't the creation of such a channel an admission of desperation? Of soldiers seeking any escape? Then comes the brutal reality of prisoner exchanges. In May 2025, both sides traded prisoners in massive packages, each side releasing around 1,000 captives. Months later, on August 14, a swap involving 84 prisoners each took place. Ukraine proudly announced it had repatriated over 5,000 people in total. This staggering figure paints a harsh picture: thousands of Russian soldiers have cycled through captivity. But remember, being a prisoner doesn't always mean a soldier surrendered willingly. Still, these numbers reveal a system being pushed beyond its breaking point. The face of surrender itself has transformed. No longer are scenes of soldiers giving up rare or chaotic. Now, they unfold under the watchful eyes of drones, guided by technology. Loudspeakers bark orders. Safe corridors are declared. Water bottles and notes are passed along. A small unmanned vehicle hovering overhead can tip the scales, pushing a soldier to choose survival over sacrifice. This is psychological warfare in its rawest form, where technology chips away at morale, fracture by fracture. Finally, whispers of brutal deterrent tactics reach the ears of the world. By the end of 2022, assessments emerged about the use of so-called barrage units, forces deployed not just to fight, but to intimidate and punish any hint of disobedience. The stakes have never been higher, the pressure tighter. In such a relentless storm, what hope remains for loyalty? Or for those caught in the grinding machine of war, where hatred festers, chains loosen, and the line between survival and surrender blurs? What drives a soldier to choose prison over death? Can fear ever truly hold a collapsing army together? The answers lie hidden in the echoes of those quiet surrenders and the shadows where hope flickers, and sometimes fades. The scene unfolds in shadowed trenches and scorched fields, where fear grips the soldiers tighter than steel. Imagine the weight crushing those tasked to fight amid relentless orders, to hold ground at all costs, even as hope drains like spilled water. Reports from inside reveal a grim truth: despite official denials, soldiers caught retreating face brutal consequences. The whispers from the front line grow louder, videos emerge capturing moments of despair and punishment. The world listens as the White House declares a harsh reality: soldiers refusing orders are being executed. But what happens when fear rules instead of respect? Does threatening lives weld loyalty, or does it fracture it further, sparking hatred and rebellion instead? As command falters under pressure, the fragile chain loosens like a taut wire snapping in the cold night air. When discipline crumbles, the floodgates open, desertions multiply, and surrender becomes a grim choice for survival. This spiraling collapse is no accident. It's a deliberate, deadly cycle where fear breeds flight, and control slips through trembling fingers. Then come the so-called punishment battalions, units filled with hastily trained soldiers, many of them convicted criminals forced into service. They are the expendable shields intended to absorb the shock of battle. Yet these battalions only amplify the chaos. Their low quality and discipline degrade the whole force. Instead of reinforcing the front, they fray it from within. Desertion rates soar as morale spirals downward, turning once disciplined troops into fragmented groups fighting to survive another day. Legal punishments tighten their grip like cold chains, desertion outlawed at harsher levels, voluntary surrender punished as severely as betrayal. Even sentences stretching to 15 years cannot stem the tide. Images emerge of soldiers abandoning their posts in desperation. The battlefield's brutal reality outpaces any court's judgment. How long does a decade behind bars mean to someone caught in the frenzy of a heated conflict? Seconds, mere seconds, to decide, fight, flee, or perish. Let's paint the bigger picture. Tens of thousands are caught in military legal crossfire. Hundreds surrender willingly, even as scores of prisoners swap hands regularly between opposing sides. The penal system stiffens, but psychological cracks widen, visible in every shattered unit's story. This data doesn't just quantify losses, it reveals the internal fracture, the unraveling spirit gnawing away at the core of the army. So, what can the commanders do when their soldiers' resolve is fading? Behind the headlines, recent, startling accounts from an airborne regiment on the southern front hint at the answer, but it is darker than anyone expected. Could the very fear meant to enforce discipline be the seed of total collapse? In the silent tension before the dawn, the question hangs heavy: will command find a way to steady the crumbling ranks? or will the chaos on the ground tear the force apart entirely? The coming revelations will expose the unspoken truth hiding beneath the surface of war. Previously, we explored signs of a deep fracture within the ranks, where mounting pressure and rapidly unfolding chaos make military command question its every move. Now, a chilling picture emerges from the southern front, where an airborne regiment faces its own silent collapse. Reports reveal a grim surge in suicides and desertions. Soldiers are pushed to launch attacks with no backup, no drone reconnaissance, no electronic warfare shield, and scant artillery support. These are reckless maneuvers driven by desperation. But this isn't about one isolated unit, this is the pattern repeating itself across the battlefield. The system is cannibalizing its own warriors. With every soldier lost, the chances of victory dwindle. How many Russian soldiers have made the harrowing choice to abandon the fight? More than 40,000 have preferred survival over sacrifice for Vladimir Putin's cause. This staggering figure signals not just individual failure but a structural unraveling of loyalty and morale. Breaking down the numbers, documented surrenders through official channels stand in the hundreds, over 300 verified cases, and the flow only grows. Thousands more escape directly on the ground, some later entering prisoner exchange systems. Ukraine confirms having repatriated over 5,000 captives. Altogether, the cycle of prisoners captured since the conflict began reaches into the thousands, with voluntary surrender acting as a crucial, corrosive drip undermining the entire war effort. This erosion hits the battlefield hard, revealed in three brutal ways. First, poor quality troops flood the front, rushed recruits with minimal training, tossed into punishing units, making costly tactical mistakes. In an era dominated by relentless drone strikes and precision artillery, errors aren't forgiven. Second, the rhythm of combat falters. Troops see shorter rest periods, their simple exhaustion dulling decisiveness and clouding judgment. It's a vicious loop where fatigue feeds failure. What do commanders do when their entire chain of command is cracking under top-down pressure? When justice, the backbone of loyalty, collapses amid harsh discipline and failed orders, how can any unit hold together? The strain is crushing. And yet, this is just one front in a war defined by relentless attrition and unraveling morale. The question remains, how much longer can an army survive when those meant to wield weapons are falling apart from within? The next moments on this unraveling battlefield may reveal answers that shock us all. In the previous segment, we saw how rapidly cycling battalions into combat zones leads to critical battlefield mistakes. Fatigue chips away at sharp judgment. Morale falters. Command decisions become erratic, further feeding a downward spiral. Now, we confront a deeper fracture: trust. Trust is the foundation of any fighting force. Without it, discipline crumbles. But what happens when the chain of command becomes a tool of fear, where harsh punishments replace fairness? When justice disappears, loyalty evaporates and soldiers lose faith. Mistakes multiply, but who dares own up to them? The weight of top-down pressure adds another cruel twist. Intelligence suggests tens of thousands of new soldiers join every month. Promises of bonuses fill the void. Contracts are loosened. Even prosecution threats are shelved, yet numbers alone do not equal strength. How many of these recruits are capable? Will swelling ranks become a blessing, or a new liability? 30,000 fresh faces might sound like reinforcement, but could they simply become 30,000 new vulnerabilities? Adding a darker layer is the grim question of survival for captives. Alarming reports of executions of surrendered forces have surfaced in international investigations. This raises the chilling dilemma: if soldiers surrender, will they live to tell the tale? Yet, despite these dangers, many choose surrender. What shatters a person's will so deeply that risking execution feels like the only option left? This brutal calculation reveals a psychological collapse inside the ranks. Turning eyes toward Ukraine's perspective. The enemy's weakest link lies where human endurance breaks down. The combination of relentless drone attacks, precision artillery, and electronic jamming isn't just about firepower, it's a methodical dismantling of spirit. When exhausted units crumble locally, prisoners flood in, shifting the leverage in prisoner exchanges and buying invaluable time on the grand stage of war. Time itself becomes the most precious resource, a currency that could decide the fate of entire fronts. For Russia, the outlook grimly forecasts tougher legal measures, yet no amount of enforcement seems able to halt the steady unraveling on the ground. Replacement soldiers will keep arriving, but they cannot mimic the irreplaceable value of veterans. The tempo of operations may grow more unpredictable, led by flashy offensives devoid of real impact, costing lives and deeper blows to morale. The question lingers, when will quantity finally shatter any hope of quality? Can trust ever be rebuilt amid exhaustion and fear? Or will this fragile web continue to unravel, dooming thousands more to tragedy? The next chapter reveals the battlefield shifts already rewriting maps and fortunes, with outcomes hanging on the edge of every heartbeat. What unexpected strikes and ruthless maneuvers lie ahead? The war's pulse beats faster, but who will keep pace? In the heart of conflict, the shadows of defeat linger heavily over the land, sapping the resolve of those who once marched with purpose. The Russian troops, once a formidable presence, now disintegrate, one by one, along the front lines like melting wax under a relentless flame. Their ability to hold ground in key locations such as Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk has dramatically diminished. The pressure once exerted by their leader to occupy these regions is waning day by day. The grim reality starkly reveals itself through the dwindling numbers of soldiers capable of wielding their weapons effectively, alongside the unfortunate loss of military assets. Ukrainian forces have concocted a potent blend of advanced tactics, utilizing first-person view drones and electronic warfare, systematically dismantling Russian operations. Reports from the field paint a vivid picture. As many as 150 drones are deployed daily against Russian units, with an astonishing suppression rate of their aerial capabilities ranging from 70 to 85%. The Russian command, once thriving under a united mechanized approach, has been forced into a scattered, desperate formation to protect their remaining armored vehicles. Heavy armor gives way to motorcycle-mounted teams in an attempt to mobilize quickly and avoid detection. The war's evolution is palpable, encapsulated in a single convoy's fate. On July 27, imagery revealed 6 tanks, 3 armored personnel carriers, and numerous lighter vehicles gathered in a massive convoy of 71 vehicles. Yet, the armored presence accounted for a mere fraction. As increasingly, lightweight vehicles dominate the landscape, underscoring a troubling shift in operational strategy. The ground situation reveals that the strength of the 8th Army, with its mechanized capabilities, is on the brink of collapse. The Russian forces, once overflowing with confidence, face relentless pressure from Ukrainian ambush tactics. The assault planned north of Pokrovsk, intended as a game-changing offensive, crumbled within days. Ukrainian fighters not only disrupted Russian lines but also cornered infiltrating elements, leaving chaos in their wake. This rapid pivot of power leads us to 2 critical questions. Why is Pokrovsk so vital in this chess match of war? And what tactical innovations are allowing the Azov battalion to turn the tide? Pokrovsk is more than just a city, it is a critical juncture where vital supply lines intersect. Control over this hub can dictate the logistics across the entire front. As the Ukrainians fortify their defenses and respond with surgical precision, Russian commanders scramble to regain stability. However, without the critical support of drones, artillery, and effective electronic warfare, their positions are fragile, clinging to the hope of a once unyielding advance. This leads to a chilling realization: morale is the underpinning of military strength. As losses mount and the flow of replacements proves insufficient to replace experienced personnel, the psychological toll becomes unbearable. This cycle of despair only deepens with each ineffective attack. The true cost of failure is not just in losses but in eroding trust among the soldiers, a trust that is essential for any united front. The shadow of surrender looms heavily over the battlefield, prompting a reflection on the true nature of fear in combat. Soldiers, encumbered by a lack of rational strategy, face a choice: flee or surrender. The crucial bridge between courage and despair is built upon trust and preparation. Absent these elements, orders become mere risks, cumulatively leading to inevitable failure. As the specter of disintegration grows, the reality emerges clear from the fog of war. Signs of a fractured command structure and a faltering human element are evident. Reports of voluntary surrenders rise, revealing a worrying trend of diminishing morale. The chilling question remains, if this cycle of decay continues, what will be left on the front lines? The answer could very well redefine the map of tomorrow's conflict landscape. What do you believe awaits ahead? The battlefield is unraveling like never before. Russian troops are disappearing, one by one, from the front lines of Toretsk, Pokrovsk, and Seversk. The once formidable force capable of mounting combined mechanized assaults has fractured, squeezed into scattered pockets, desperately trying to shield fragile armored vehicles. The massive, coordinated strikes of old have faded into memory, replaced by small, motorcycle-mounted infiltration raids and fleeting skirmishes. What's behind this staggering collapse? Ukraine's full spectrum,